Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is B.M.T. coming at you again. I'm doing this one really quick. I'm not going to be too long with this one. I want to get straight to the meat. So, the story has already come back that literally Clarissa Shield and also her son um, will not be getting charged for the murder, as they call it. And yes, it is murder. Um, of Jeremy um, of Jeremy Brown. Now, some people say, "Wait, why are you saying it's murder? It was self-defense." There's a difference between self-defense and murder. Self-defense is when you're being attacked and you're defending for your life. You're defending for your life, and you pretty much are on the defense. That's self-defense. Murder, murder, on the other hand, is when you are, for the most part, you're pretty much going after someone. You're following them, you're chasing them, and you're also putting rounds into them while they're going. And so Clarissa Shield and her 14-year-old son, um, the courts, they did not follow up with this. They literally said, you know what, we're gonna let it go. We're dropping charges. You know what, y'all go home. All that good stuff. So that's what happened. Now I'm gonna give you my take. It's not the best take, but it is my take. I think this was not good. This is not. This is gonna come back to definitely haunt a lot of people. Yes, sir. I especially in Chicago, any metropolitan area. This is not going to be good. This is not going to be good. And a lot of people, well, you know what? The woman and her son had to defend their life. You know, he's just a child. You know what? Cool. That's fine. There should have been some type of. They should have also been charged. They should have also got charged because what they definitely did was murder. When you follow somebody and tried to put more rounds in them. And then not only after that, you also were trying to shoot another person that had nothing to do with the scenario. I'm sorry. That is literally that is recklessness. That is endangerment. That right there. I don't know why people are trying to overlook that. But no, there is no. Even after the Jeremy thing, I'll give you your pass on that one. But I'm not going to give you the one where she was trying to shoot the girlfriend. I'm not going to give you the one where as to they followed the guy, and that was too much. That right there. When y'all start doing that, especially for black people, I hear nothing when I hear about other people who wanted to make sure that if you did something that they wanted to make sure they double tap, they put you down for the count. So you got to be very mindful for everything that you do into the universe. It has a comeback. It comes right back to you tenfold. So this is something that a lot of people are not really clearly thinking through. Like this is something that literally, even as soldiers, we've even had it where we're told, "Hey, there's no such thing as double tapping. There's no such thing as you doing your own brand of justice." Uh, I'm telling you right now, man, this is going to be a slippery slope to have to go down in the near future. This is definitely going to be a slippery slope to go down in the near future. So, the charges will drop. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, hey, man, I hope y'all ready. I hope y'all are ready for what's coming down the pipe from these type of actions. For every action, there's going to be a reaction. And so other people are going to be like, well, remember that case where that mother and that child did this. So what did I do that was all cool? You're definitely going to see that. I got a phone call. I'm trying to wrap up quick. Let me hear too long. Let me but yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say. There you go. What's going on? What's going on, GMT? What's going on, Underrated Darkness? I'm sorry about that, you guys. But yeah, this is something I'm telling you right now. A lot of you black men, I want you to understand this day is gonna be uphill for you. I want you to understand this, black men. After today, after today, or just any man, please be careful. Y'all gonna say, "Oh man, BMT, you're missing it." No, no, you're missing it. You're missing the point. After today, they won't have to question if they follow you and they put one in your back. Let's say you went into somebody's place, y'all got into a scuffle, then after that you walked out, they follow you and they shoot you. Y'all probably say, "Nah, man, I don't think you catching. I don't think you getting it." No, I don't think you're understanding it. You're not reading the signs. A lot of you men are not reading the signs of what's to come. It is not going to be hard this after today. She should have got charged. Also, she tried to shoot a woman that was laughing at her about something that her boyfriend did wrong. Just because somebody is laughing at you does not give you the right to put a bullet in them. And if y'all cannot hold her accountable for that, then literally, and honestly, I want to know from the women. I really want to know from the women. Are y'all gonna hold her? Are y'all gonna hold her accountable for trying to kill another woman? Are y'all gonna hold her accountable for trying to shoot another woman? She told her own child to shoot another woman. The woman didn't hit her. The woman didn't punch her. Didn't kick her. But Carissa Shield is not also. She's not a good person. Carlishia Shield. I mean Carlishia Hill. I mean, I'm saying Shield Hood. She's not a good person. She's not. She was trying to shoot and kill. She was trying to murder another woman. So I want you to understand that. Yes, yes, that was murder. Okay. Yes, that was murder. Are the rest of y'all going with them? I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to be here alone. So they got to go. That was murder. She did murder. Her and her child did murder that man. They shot the man. That was fear. I will give you that. But when you start going out doing your own brand of justice, saying, "Come on, we got to finish them," this ain't power. This ain't a TV show. So at that point, God forbid any of y'all little friends or any of y'all people that step out of line and somebody says, "You know what? We got to finish them. We got to get rid of them." Those are her words put down. This is why I said justice is truly blind, and y'all better be careful. Now, I am going to have a conversation um on can you judge a 14-year-old to do what an older man can't do. I am going to have that conversation because it's crazy that a 14-year-old had to step in, granted for what he did, to do what other men. And I don't want to hear no more about this communal talk. Y'all gonna have to miss me with that. But I saw a lot of older men there, and they were quiet. They were so quiet. They were so subtle. They were more shook. So you had all those men there, and none of them said anything. All that told me was black men are scared. A lot of black men are scared to actually stand up. So if I'm taking my jab, yeah, a lot of men are scared to stand up, especially when things like this happen. Patriarchy. Oh, when women, if they need to fall in line, what they gonna do when them? Nothing. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. You're not. You're not. You're not gonna do nothing. You're not. You're not. Because there were like at least about 4 or 5 men there. You had other men inside of in the back. So that was 8 men, and none of them did anything to stop it, shut it down. Not just about they ain't got anybody got to protect her. You ain't got to protect her. You just should have shut it down. If not that for her, for the safety of the people, should have shut it down. Like I said, those little heyday, whenever y'all were Avengers or Mighty Morphin Panther Rangers, them days are done. That's why I said these old talking points. Hey man, everybody out there wasn't marching. Everybody out there wasn't no freedom fighter. You got people just claiming ghost stories. All that rah rah stuff. Don't come to Chicago. Miss me with that. You got to miss me with that, buddy. Because I didn't see none of that energy. It sounded like the women and the children got more of that don't come to Chicago energy than the men. And this is not me beating up on the men because I mean, honestly, I say that woman should have been held accountable. What she just did, nah, that was murder. That was murder. That was murder. That kind of irritates me. That kind of irritates me to a point because then that's saying that guess what? We definitely these type of people are unpoliceable. The most sane person, sadly, was the 14-year-old child. He was literally the most sane person because he knew enough not to shoot the other woman. The guy who wronged you, he was already down. He was already gone. Why she felt she needed to go pop the woman? See, that just tells me there's a lot more that going on in that household than is let on to be. I get it. Some people don't want to say nothing about it. That's cool. But don't think that Miss Hood is a woman. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Puppy problems. Um, I would definitely tell y'all. Sorry, and like I said, y'all, men, I'm telling y'all right now, be careful, especially younger men that listen to my podcast. Y'all need to be way more controlling of your emotions. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. I'm not telling y'all to go put your hands on nobody. Ladies, I want you to understand that other women do not shriek or shudder to you getting beat by no man. And some women have no problem putting a bullet in another woman. There's a lot of stuff in this in that happened in that one night that showed that of the issues amongst that of the Negro Caucasoid or the blacks. This is why whenever they start coming in with that Kambawa nigga power stuff, I be backing up. I'm like, whoa, whoa, where all this coming from? You ain't about to get me caught up. You tried it. Nah, no, no, GMT. Nah, man. There were other men. There were other dudes there. There were other dudes there. There were other dudes there. Hey, listen. As much as they be damn strutting that they can use their masculinity to quarrel the room, bullshit. There were other men there. That comes from cowardice. Yep, I agree. Oh yeah. Like I said, but see, this is not uncommon. And this listen, this is not uncommon with y'all. Listen, the best the best people to send out hits on people are women. There's a reason why I got that song called "Pussy Power." If y'all don't think, listen, boy, the most deadliest person that could be in a room is a woman. I still believe that to the day. With her subtlety of eyes, she can change the room. That's not me. Oh, here they go blaming women. No, 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 no. I'm not blaming on women. I just understand the prowess of what a woman can do with just a batting of the eyes, with just that of for men just chasing her appeasement. Shout out to Thanos. There's a lot of male Thanoses in the room, and they will do whatever it takes to get that of the love or appeasement of a woman. Now that young man, I'm not mad at him. I am not mad at you, young man, 14-year old, whatever your young hood. I'll call you that. Just 14-year old. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you at all. You defended your mama. You defended your mama. Ain't no man, ain't none of y'all men can or shall have anything to say about that young man. He did what few men are afraid to do. He stepped up. He defended his mother. Can we get mad at him? Nope. Sure not. Sure cannot. That was his mama. And that's right. He had the right to defend her. He had to. I would question any man that could sit idly by while the women in their family get beat on. When I hear men say that online, Well, they put themselves in that predicament. No, that's your no. I'm not sitting there while my I don't care if me and my mama have whatever issue we got going on. I'm not about to sit there and let another man. And y'all can say whatever y'all got to say. See, that's that mindset that well, she put herself in that predicament. She chose that type of man. So you should listen, bro. Play them games if you want. Play them games if you want. You can play them games if you want. Not me. No, sir. You ain't gonna put your hands on my children, my women, and my family and think that you riding off in the sunset. Somebody it's time to go to Jesus and go have that conversation. I ain't care what y'all try to say, oh well, B.M.T, you just allow these women to no, bro. I'm just not gonna allow you to put your hand on the women of our family. That's just it. Y'all gotta understand, man, like these you know what I'm saying? Same thing. There are women that will not allow you to put your hand on their children. They won't allow you to put your hand on their loved ones, on their brothers. I know girls that, hey, you put your hand on my little brother, we squaring up. You put your hand on my little brother, we squaring up. So I don't know what to tell y'all, man. That's just it's just not banging that. It's not going out like that. And that's the thing. Okay, so good. I'm gonna take it down soon. So I'm just like I said, I cannot get mad at the young man. That is his mother. We can say whatever we want to say, but at the end of the day, his mother is still alive. His mother is still alive. So y'all could try to say, "Oh man, like wouldn't have been me. I would have let her." Well, guess what? It's just not you. That's why y'all wonder why a lot of these women do not care for you like that. You may say you're not going to protect them. That's fine. It's called go to the pawn shop and get a gun. I don't know why people keep having these conversations that they think that we in some goddamn hello my Mary, hello my sweetheart. We're not in those days anymore, ladies and gentlemen. These women have no problem. Y'all think they have no problem. These women have no problem putting you men down. Don't listen to that Andrew Tate crap, that Kevin Samuels crap, these guru crap. That stuff does not work. I know that them females talking on YouTube about that femininity stuff. These women have no problem when they get that bloop bloop and they feel threatened. Just remember the there is an algorithm, right? The bigger you are, the easier that case will be if they so choose to feel threatened. I keep trying to tell y'all, man, what's a woman gonna do when she deal with a man full strength? Easy. Put two slugs in your chest. I don't care who you think you are. Do you know what a 22 can do to a body? Do you know what a 9 mil can do to a body? I don't care how much you press, how much you lift. Do you know what a knife can do if they cut you the right way? There's so many ways nowadays to get you to the upper room. That's why I be trying to say, like, y'all be watching too much of these TV shows, man. And we already know people are already emotionally unhinged. I listen. I'm not happy with the results of her getting away with what she just did. Under no circumstance, I'm like, oh no, This is not good. This is not good at all. Chicago, I don't know what. Y'all won't ever have to worry about BMT. Come now, listen. If y'all would have said BMT, why don't you come up to Illinois? Why? What? I ain't going up there. I'm not going up there where people can legally murder people and they don't have no repercussion. They get no repercussion. But also, black people, this takes away your talking point about, well, if a white person were to do it, you know what I'm saying, then they get away with murder. Nah, you can now. I'm gonna say nah. Carissa Hood and her son got away with murder. That's now people can throw that right back at you. They got away with murder. Cool. Well, they've been getting away with it for years. All right, cool. Go ahead and run with that. Run with that card if you want. Men, it is not. It is. Listen, you better learn to shut your mouth. Women, y'all better learn to shut your mouth. The fellas have no problem. Men these days have no problem hitting a woman at all. Like literally, y'all. They. Shout out to that of the equal opportunity now. As I told y'all, y'all think that men are going to step in while other men are hitting y'all. Y'all out of your damn mind. You're out of your mind. This is reality. This is reality. I tell y'all, I first thing you already heard what BMT told you. Go get a gun. I want to talk about none of that. Oh, the first thing you need to go get married, and then you need to go, get femininity. You need to go get masculinity. I was like, nah, just go get a job and get a gun. You literally put down a down payment. A good quality gun is $400. You put down $75, man, you have that thing paid off in no time. So, what are you saying? What are y'all saying? So I'm just not. That's why I said when y'all still having conversations about dating and game and all that stuff, I'm like, y'all still having them little boy girl conversations? Y'all still talking about dating? Y'all still talking about that? Other people talking about how they could put a bullet in you and get away with it legally, and they found ways to do it. But see, I understand some people are scary about that conversation. This is reality. All I can do is I respect I respect how they got it, but I'm also looking at the after effect of what's going to be after that. I'm just looking at the after effect. See, I look at the long game. That's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. I know. I don't just look at the short game. I look at the long game. Y'all can keep on staying online where it's safe. Women this, women that, women that. It's okay. They don't care what y'all do. Same thing with y'all women. Where are men gonna stand? Well, guess what? You got your sons. Those are y'all men. Those are y'all men. Y'all nephews are y'all men. There are men out there that will gladly put their life and their freedom on the line for women. So we can. Both concepts have been disproven. There are men out there that do not mind and will psychologically do whatever they're going to go do for that of a woman. So you do not have to say nothing about that. That is not me, BMT, saying I'm pressing the force for women to be beat or killed. But I'm also that of mindset. I am also knowledgeable to understand that. Guess what? There are going to be people now that are going to look at this video a lot differently through the lens, like I am. This also shows that there are mothers out there that have no qualm with calling their son and can easily tell their son to, hey, pull the trigger. And you know what that boy gonna do? Pop, 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 pop. Y'all never seen that movie? Go watch. There's an episode in Power. There's an episode in Power where Kane's mama takes him out to the field. Takes him out to the field. Has him aim the gun in the air and shoots it. And when she does that, she said, I want you to understand you're going to forever be having that bullet chasing you. So I want that boy to understand. I hope he understands that. There's going to forever, forever, forever be that situation coming after you. And I hope that nothing happens to you, young man. See, at least when I did whatever I did overseas, at least I knew one thing. They're over there. Not to say that the demons don't follow me psychologically, but they're going to forever stay with you. He might start drinking, start doing weed, or whatever type of drugs he need to do to try to cope with what he just did. Whether he defended, mind you, whether he defended or he was just or not, it does take that of an implemented weight to know that you literally killed somebody. You put somebody in the ground. So regardless of what y'all say, but he's his mama. Yeah, he got to live with that. He got to live with that. He got to live with the fact that he saw the eyes of a man's eyes still open while he was dead. His childhood is done. He can't ever go back to being a child. He's a man now. That's a man. I wish I could talk to him. I don't know. Ain't gonna be no minister. Ain't gonna be no thing where, hey young man, hey young brother. I ain't gonna do that. I'll sit him down, start eating, start cooking. How you been sleeping? How you been eating? Do you ever find some time you gotta look over your shoulders or something like that? Are you having anxiety? And all that comes into play. All that comes into play. I know I stopped sleeping for a while. I stopped sleeping for a good while. Okay. All right. Well, hope that kid finds a way. Isn't that a charge too? What's the charge? I missed it. What she get away with? Oh, she got away with murder. Her and her son. Her and her son. Her and her son got away with murder. Yep, that's husbands. Yep. B.M.T talk. Do you think the mother was wrong for asking her son to bring her gun? No. That right there, no. I do not. I'm not going to forfeit against her on the asking the son to bring the gun because literally he brought the gun and literally he was the point man. No different than. I mean, that happens if you were defending a farm or you're defending your thing. It's called the Good Samaritan. They could honestly look at that and challenge that because the fact that let's say if she had gotten her gun and she had got it on her and put it on her, then it would have been a different situation. But because that she was already engaged with the guy, granted, the minute if she okay, let's say it like this. The minute he would have pulled out that gun and tried to hand it to his mom, you know what I'm saying? Then that man would have overpowered her and took that gun from him. You know what I'm saying? The only element that they had against Jeremy was the element of surprise. The only thing that they had in their arsenal was the element of surprise because he was already still hyped up. Once Carlishia, she said, "Hey, I texted somebody to bring me a gun. I told my son to bring my gun." She told him who was coming with the gun and that he was coming with the gun. Jeremy, I don't know, for whatever reason in the heavens, he overlooked that. All right, cool. So you want to overlook that? You just didn't care. So from there, you just in battle mode. All right, be that way. Now, bloop, 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 bloop. All right, cool. You can't get mad that once you started pounding in her face and you forgot that she said, "My son is coming with a gun." And mind you, if you check the feed of the camera, the boy actually sat there quietly at the door. He didn't jump in his face. He didn't put the gun in his face. So that's where it actually saved in the grave. But one, it takes a certain mental fortitude. I'm not telling people ever been there, say it takes a certain mental fortitude. Um, it takes a certain mental fortitude to have to take a life, especially in the heat of the moment. A lot of stuff happens. It's an undescribable hot heated feeling. It would have been better if mother just left. The man was clearly unstable. I hear what you're saying, Hash Dragon, and I spoke about this. Listen, I tried to tell y'all, these women are not afraid of y'all. Women are not afraid of men anymore, man. They're not afraid of y'all, man. Especially from certain hostile environments. It don't matter what state, city. I mean, depending on the hostile environment, if it's a metropolitan area or like a more impoverished area that literally has a lot of traumas and abuse and crime and stuff like that, when you're born in a terraform environment like that, you're not going to be a man saying, "I'm going to bust you upside your head." Listen, these women do not be shrinking. They don't be scared. They don't be running in their house. They be standing right there, sandaled up, ready for goddamn Mortal Kombat for somebody to round one fight. Like they're not afraid anymore. I get what some of y'all are saying about that, but these women are literally the embodiment of stand your ground. These women do not run away from that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you saw that video, James. There were older men that were there were just trying to get out the way. They were the older men that were there weren't even trying to stop it. Y'all could have said they could have said something, they could have done something. And see, I also bring that and well, what the older men have no, they could have if though all the time I be hearing online that somehow that you're telling me that 2 to 3 older men or the men in their kitchen, no man could have shut down that situation. That to me is the bullshit of the matter. B.M.T. The sad part is the situation could have ended peacefully if one party would have just said, "You got it," instead of arguing. That's not happening no more, man. That's not happening no more. Like those, listen, y'all should have learned that since the McDonald's, the Bojangles, all these restaurants, all these times at the stores, all these news articles that hundreds and hundreds of new articles, nobody's backing down anymore, man. Like those days of, hey, you know what? No, that's it sounds easy, but people are not backing down anymore, man. It's like animals now. We're in the animal primal instinct channel, man. You doggone kick your dirt up towards me, Renaissance. Hey, bro, some people might say, you know what? Cool. You know what I'm saying? Like I was at the movie theater, I was waiting to get tickets. Somebody by accident walked in front of me. I said, "Hey, you kind of cut me." "Oh, my bad." You know. But I also had it where I was in a grocery store and a lady was like, she ran and she jumped in front of me. And I said, "Oh, this is what we doing?" She's like, "I'm sorry, I'm in a rush." Now I could have argued with her, but I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Some people have the wherewithal to just let it slide. I am there sometimes. Other times I've had it where people have tried to cut me. Hey, motherfucker, get the fuck behind me, man or woman. I don't give a damn. You're not gonna cut me. Where's the evidence of the mother asking for the gun? Yeah, I could. They got the text messages as well as there's countless stuff. I missed that part from understanding. Those are the words from the dead man's girlfriend. Well, see, that's the thing about it. Everybody knew about it. Like she texted her son to bring the gun. She texted her son to bring the gun. Like that's the thing. And she even told the dude, like, hey, like I told my son, like once that had happened, woo, hey, bro, always watch somebody when they're on their phone. Rule of thumb in an argument. When somebody is on their phone or on their FaceTime, like maybe probably I've been at plenty of clubs or incidents. When they're on their phone, on their club or FaceTime, listen, they are calling for backup. When they're on that communication, when they call in the Power Rangers to come in, you better have either a quarrel the argument or settle down. Even the prosecutors had a hey, she told her son to come with the gun. Because then all they're gonna ask is, how did your son know to come to that store with the gun? How did he know that? That's what they're gonna ask. How did your son know to come to that store, come into that restaurant with the gun? You see what I'm saying, Doug? Once they can ask that question, so your son just naturally knew that, hey, mommy's in trouble. I gotta move. Nah, buddy. Nah, no, no, no. They knew. He understood the assignment. So, all right, y'all. Like I said, man. Like I try to tell y'all, man. A lot of these women, when y'all that talking point that black women need black men to protect them, I'd be like, trust me, they there's a long list of men that are already doing that. I mean, it's just they maybe not asking you, but I'm pretty sure there is some type of man out there that has no qualms. So I mean, that's nice and cute, but that conversation of she better learn to get thee behind me. I'll be like, bro, you playing with your life, man. You playing with your life. Same thing for a lot of y'all ladies. These men, these men are not going to take that type of tone. They're not. They're not going to take it. They're just not. You know, y'all say, well, they better. And I'm not saying they have the right to put their hands on you. Please, y'all, you say B.M.T. telling people to beat on us women? No, 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 no. Just that they don't care. They're not afraid to. No, the focus is, I mean, I already said it, man. Why is all the focus on the mother? Well, I mean, technically we're talking about how one, the man's already dead. The man's already dead. He got his punishment. He got shot. It's already done. Now the thing about it was when he got shot, right? And he left out of the restaurant, the mother and the son following him and she telling the son to finish him. All this is, listen, y'all can go look this up. Literally, y'all don't have to listen to the white man. The white man, his words are more valid than mine. When she told her son to follow him, we got to get rid of him. You telling that to a 14-year-old child that you pretty much putting out a hit at that point. Guess what? You ain't no victim anymore, baby. You now the predator. You now on the hunt. And in that case, you are now committing murder because they were shooting outside. Also, it also is documented that she tried to shoot the girlfriend. The girlfriend had nothing to do with the assault. I'm sorry, if somebody laughing at you, that does not give you the reason to want to shoot them. No, sir. No, ma'am. That's why I said neither one of them was good. Neither one of the only reason why the girlfriend didn't get shot was because the son didn't want to shoot her. The mama did. The son didn't want to shoot her. He said, "No, I'm not shooting her. Hold up. Wait a sec. You about to have us go off the cliff." So yeah, I'm going to have some smoke also for the mama. She's not a good parent. You telling your child to exact murder. Maybe I understand that and I justify that of defending me. No, I got you, bro. But you get what I'm saying, Doug? It's one thing if my brother Doug is in danger and he's being assaulted, and I pull out my sidearm and I defend him, and I get one of the guys and I drop him. Now the other guy gets scared and runs away, and Doug tells me, "B.M.T, we got to go after him. We got to get him." Now we're running down the street, firing at him, and then we drop him. Guess what? Me and Doug are going to jail for murder. We're going to jail for murder. That is murder. And the reason why I say this is serious, ladies and gentlemen, especially men, because I want you to understand this. Y'all going to see more stuff like this where somebody says, "Hey, I felt threatened. They hit me. They ran. I chased. I shot them. I got them. Case closed." Well, that's murder. No, 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 no. Clarissa Hood and a 14-year-old boy got away with it. Why are you coming at me? Damn, man. Damn, that's so true. Oh, they filed a lawsuit? I don't know who they filed a lawsuit on. I don't know who they filed a lawsuit on. They got to walk away. That's pretty much the best thing that they had. Oh my God, she need to go sit her ass down. She filed soon. Man, sit her ass down. Sit down. You should be. Sometimes black people, y'all gotta know when y'all get lucky. Y'all really need to know when y'all get lucky, bro. Defamation? No, I mean it ain't no defamation. It wasn't no defamation. I mean the truth is the truth. You did shoot somebody. I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. If I saw her and we was in a restaurant, I wouldn't say nothing to her. But guess what? If we got into an altercation, I'm gonna let her know, "Hey, bro, if I see a 14-year-old little hoodie coming here, he about to meet the upper room. You don't trying to let y'all know right now. This is why listen, bro. That's why I don't bother nobody when I go to Sonics, when I go to fast food places, when I go places. I stay to myself. I watch my YouTube anime videos, and I don't bother nobody. I'm respectful. I crack little jokes. I don't do none of that stuff. I don't touch nobody. I don't put my hands on nobody. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. But if you don't know what people's mindset may be, I have no problem with that young man defending his mama. That's his mama. That's his parent. That's his life giver. Yes. I understand there are women that do not mind using their mother, that have no problem using men. The news lied on her. I don't know they did. Wait. What did they lie on her about? Can anybody tell me? Defamation lawsuit against the PD and media outlets. I had to see what they lied on her about, because unless my eyes fooled me, I would have to see what they lied on about. Now I do know that they turned themselves in. I do know that I did see that when he got shot, they did follow him outside. Now, unless that was a lie, because you can't follow somebody after you shoot them. You cannot. Listen, y'all, there are rules. And that's why I said I wish people went to courses about this. And maybe I need to go bring an officer on here on the show Like anybody who knows who has a concealed carry, they tell you, when you shoot somebody, you can't follow them. You can't follow them. That is now the assault. Now you're doing the assaulting. If I would have, and I'm just doing hypothetical, if I break into Nicole's house, Nicole shoots at me, I get out alive or whatever, and she comes outside the house and she shoots me and hits me, guess what? But come on, Nicole, you going to jail. That's all they're gonna do. You're gonna see them slap handcuffs on you, and you're gonna be confused as shit. And this is why they say, hey, you might want to get a good lawyer. When you was in your house, you was on your that was standing your ground. When you came out your house and you follow that person, black people learn the laws. Learn the laws. Trying to shoot somebody that had nothing to do with it, that does not give you a right. Yeah, she may hype up her boyfriend, but those are words. Calling her a name and all that stuff, names and all that stuff. No, I have a fire. If I have a firearm on me, somebody would call me names, buck tooth, darky, dreadhead nigga, all that kind of stuff. That still don't give me a right to shoot them. Those are just words. That's no different. If a professional, the news said a black woman texted her son to shoot a man. Now let's ask this question, right? This is where we got to use that of the skills, and I'm gonna show y'all this. How did the son, right, know to come exactly at the time to the restaurant with a gun? How did he know to do that? How did the son know to go to the restaurant with a firearm, stand there and wait? See, that's where now, see, this, because I've done been in too many situations. These things, listen, man, y'all better listen, bro. Y'all better hope they don't get a warrant and go to Verizon, or I mean, if it's Apple, it's gonna be a little more harder. But if they go there and they pull that shit up, but then again, it's Chicago. That's like one of the most liberal piece of shit cities. They ain't gonna. They probably gonna give this Negro shit. They probably gonna give her a little what 100,000 or a little something money, and then after that, they're gonna probably let them go. But I'm telling you right now, ain't no fucking kid just knew to come up to a door with a gun and post up and wait. I'm gonna just wait, see what will happen to my mom. No, he rode with his mom, but he knew exactly where to be at. He knew exactly where to be at, where to post up with the gun. So right there, that is contributing to a minor. If literally, I guess if he's having a gun on him and she knew that, how did everybody else know that he had a gun? Everybody else knew that. I'll tell you right now, boy. Y'all gonna start seeing a lot more black boys being shot. Then y'all gonna be like, oh, they're just kids. Nah, fuck that. These aren't kids no more. These aren't kids no more. I don't see them as kids no more. If you old enough to hold a gun, guess what? Hey, I see child soldiers out there. Anybody can hold a gun now. Hey guys, y'all about to go. So, trying to let y'all know. I thought he heard yelling in his. That's amazing. That boy must got the greatest hearing in the world from a car. But if he did do that, then I mean, see, these scenarios are changing up. Now all of a sudden, she off the hook. Now all of a sudden, the scenarios are changing up and stuff. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Oh, they're gonna be a purge, buddy. Oh, they're gonna be a purge. And I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all about some of y'all gonna get lit. I don't want to hear no shit about, oh, black man, what are you doing? You better call your sons. You better call your motherfucking sons. You better call them. You better go call the hood investigation agency. Like I said, y'all, if y'all think a lot of these women, if y'all think y'all wonder why a lot of these men are very wary of dealing with women with teenager boys, I hear nothing. Ladies, y'all might understand. In 2023, your own husband is just gonna be your man. Is your son? Your son is your man. Your son is your man. Y'all might have to say that out loud. Say that out loud with me, ladies. Your son is your man. Hang on, let me pretty sure I put that out there for y'all because y'all ain't understanding me. That's the black woman's new husband. That's the black woman's new husband. It's her son. That motherfucker gonna be there. That's why I don't feel no type of way when they be like, my son, he's my king, he's my prince, he's all that shit. Hey, listen, I don't be getting buzzed. I don't be feeling nothing. I be like, yup, I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know, baby. Your son is your man. Hold him close at night. Because I damn sure ain't going around that motherfucker. Fuck that. These no. I'm getting different reported accounts of this story from different channels. You know what? I'm getting, you know whose story, you know who I'm going to? I'm going to the white man. I'm going to the white man. I'm going to the white man. I'm not going to YouTube. YouTube be having all kind of bullshit. I need to go to people who can actually be sued for accredited shit. I can't deal with Fox nigga news. Fox nigga news will have y'all fucked up. We know emotional black people get. We're gonna look at what happened that, but honestly, had this shit have gone through, right? All of a sudden, see now all of a sudden black people, oh, I told you so. No, you no stop. But the dumb motherfuckers didn't really give a shit. And they, let's be honest, if they didn't record her getting her face bashed in, nobody would have gave a fuck. No, nobody would have gave a fuck about this. Nobody would have gave a shit. If that was graphic, that was a little bit, ooh, that was a lot. But see, we have different multiple angles, and go look at my video from yesterday of what happened, what happened to the boy coming in. Because see, now we have the mama story. We don't have Jeremy's story, but Jeremy's dead. You know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And we also have what we have is that of the cameras. Now the camera footage, I trust that more than I trust that black woman. I don't trust no black woman that has no problem trying to kill other black people. I don't trust no black woman that. Why am I going to trust her? She just tried to smoke. She just tried to kill another black woman that had nothing to do with her situation. So if y'all think I'm gonna go with her, no, I don't do that. Corrupt Chicago PD withheld information, and the Fed news false. Okay, I don't. Okay, what is that with this case, or are we talking about something else? Are we talking about this case or something else? We need to know which one, because I'm not going to just bandwagon with Carissa, because Carissa's not a good person either. Nobody tells their child to go shoot a woman that didn't do nothing. You know that's the irony about this. That's the irony about this. One man put his hands, and I want y'all to look at the context of this. One man had daughters, but had no problem putting his hands on a woman that had a son. One mother had a son who defended her, but had no problem telling her son to shoot a woman. So how is she much better than that of the man that's dead if she was telling her son to murder another woman? Why are we jumping past that? Why can y'all tell me why are we jumping past that where she tried to tell her son to murder another woman? Are we gonna overlook that part? Can we get that answered? See, this is why I say when it comes to blacks and politics of these kind of situations, I mean, it don't matter to me. I don't live around that many black people like that. Like I live in a mixed cultural neighborhood, so all that hood nigga shit is not my problem. That's for that of the lower hanging Negro Caucasoid. We don't even allow loud music to be played in my neighborhood. That shit will get you up out of here. So, however these types of men and women and children act, if they want to kill each other off, I don't care. That ain't my fucking problem. I really don't. I'm trying to let y'all know right now. We're gonna just report on it. It seems they are lying. Okay. It seems like they are lying with the news to cause more confusion. Do we know that she really told her son to shoot the lady? The allegation of her ordering her son to shoot a bystander was given by the bullet bag girl. Oh, bullet bag girl. Okay, you talking about Jeremy? Where is the proof? Chicago won't release it. Okay, what's up, Darkman Jeff? So, but see, we got to also be for real. I would ask y'all, from all of y'all, are y'all hitting it from a bias? I want to ask y'all that in the chat. Are y'all attacking this from a bias? Do y'all see anywhere where she needs to hold her child accountable? Or does anywhere where she needs to be held accountable? Or is this all that she was just straight out just a victim? I need to know. I would definitely like to know. I'd like to know, is she just straight out? Can y'all put that in the chat? Is is Hood straight the victim? I am biased against Chicago PD. No. I am okay. I am biased against Chicago PD. Okay, so you're just saying Chicago PD. I'm talking about both parties. Like y'all, nobody's answering to me. How did her son know to come to the door with a gun? How did her son know to come to the door with a gun? Can anybody tell me that? Like, what are the odds that somebody knows to come to the door with a gun before the fight? Like, y'all need to answer that for me. Y'all answer that for me first. What are the odds that she knew? What are the odds that Hood, little Hood, knew to come to the door? I think her son heard him yelling. The door to the restaurant was open. Okay, and so that told him to come to the. Did that? Okay, did that tell him to come to the door with the gun? Nobody's answering that question for me. Like nobody's answering that question. Like I mean, like I said, this I get nothing out of this case. Only thing I'm gonna say is this. Only thing I'm gonna say from this case is you're gonna see more people going to be getting shot. I ain't gonna give a damn to be doing all those articles about people getting shot in their back. I'm not gonna care. Yeah, exactly. Oh well. Nah, I don't know about that. I guess you got a good hearing, but I don't be listening that hard for my mom's voice in no Walmart. Definitely not me. And if she starts yelling in Walmart, I'm definitely not going to answer. I'm like, you could have called me on the phone, or you could have texted me. I'm definitely not. You screaming across Walmart, I'm gonna ignore you. Yeah, no. Hey, listen, he did get what he deserved. I agree, Darkman. Just so much food around. See, here's the thing about it. I'm looking at it is that 14-year-old is forever gonna have to always look over his back. See, nobody ever thinks about that because, of course, mama got what she want. 14-year-old, that's hey, buddy, you got a long life to deal with this one. 14-year-old got a long life to live with that on his back. In school, out there with the vice lords, with the Crips, with the goddamn whew, that's hey, shout out to that 14-year-old for that one. You already got a body on your head. I don't know if I'm happy or feel excited for whatever type of manhood you done crossed over to, but that has to be one hell of a goddamn thing. Like I said, mind you, he don't even know who Jeremy is connected to. So no. Don't talk about leaving Chicago now. Y'all got a pistol. You 14. You 14. Like I said, you gotta still go to school. You don't know who Jeremy's related to. You don't know who he's connected to. You don't know his family. You don't know none of that shit. You 14, boy, you got and you already know it ain't nothing for you black boy. Oh, don't worry, mama don't gotta go to school. Mama don't gotta go out there in the streets like that. You do, young man. See, of course, a lot of other people, they don't look at that. They don't look at what his life is gonna be like. So-called mommy got her win. Son, nobody gonna give a shit about what happens to you. No, it's fine, but he can't live in no car. He still got to go to school. No. See, what I'm insinuating is this. Y'all got to understand this. But I don't play the little mental game. I could drop the link for y'all. And when I drop the link, please, y'all can always come up and have a conversation with me. When you put a bullet into somebody and they hit that concrete, that forever stays with you. You don't know who they're connected to, especially in Chicago. Chicago is one of the most vitriol cities or areas where you don't know who's connected to who or what. And looking at what's going on social media, Jeremy was an asshole, but seemed like Jeremy was a somebody asshole. Now, 14-year-old son, whoever you are, I'm hoping that your mama and you figure it out. Not my problem. That's y'all problem. I learned that anything I do, I gotta be accountable for. So welcome to the world of accountability. Yeah, no, see, that's the thing about it. That I think some men understand that. Like, hey, like what you just did, you don't know what's the ramifications for what you did. He understands that it's already hard enough for a black young man having to walk to school. You don't think it ain't already on Facebook, the news? But if they already know who his mama is, I'm pretty sure they can put two to two together on who he is. I'm sorry to hear that, Nicole. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm definitely sorry to hear that. But he gonna have to do something. Maybe he gonna have to move out of Chicago. Maybe he got to go somewhere else. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. Y'all gotta understand this and see. Y'all gotta understand this. When you pull the gun, you stop being a child. Let's see. There's no emotion into this. There's no emotion. See, y'all got to kill that emotion. We don't attack this with emotion. We attack this straight with the facts. Let me read this. So your line of thinking is he was a big man then, now a big man in the city of derelict bums. The boy handled business on last Sunday. Now it's time to move. Well, it costs money to move. If that's the case, a lot of people would have been moved out of Chicago. I don't think people understand how hard it is to just up and move so quickly. And it's not like, I mean, granted, you're suing the PD, so it's not like they're going to provide you with witness protection. See, that's another thing about it. They're not going to provide you with witness protection, and you're coming after them. So they're like, no, hell no, we're not bound to protect you. The case is already closed. This is the thing about it that's so interesting about Chicago or most metropolitan areas. Yeah, see, that's a beautiful thing. Even America pulled out of Afghanistan. Well, no, that was something different. That ain't had nothing to do with that. That's because literally we're losing money. What Carissa Hood had to do, that ain't got nothing to do with us. Carissa Hood could have pulled out of the restaurant. She chose to stay in the restaurant. So that kind of, she could have stayed. She could have stayed. She chose to stay. So she kind of got what she got. You know what I'm saying? They got their justice. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things where, hey, they won, but now they got to live with that. Now they got to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Versus that of, I see, I'm looking at it at, hey, from all three people, Jeremy, he's gone. Clarissa Hood, I'm pretty sure you don't see her online. You don't see her online like that popping no hot shit. And then you have it where you have her son, and I'm sure he's feeling a certain type of way because he don't know who that person was that he just dealt with. So now you think other men are going to, well, you're 14-year-old, they're not thinking of that shit. They're going to think of something totally different. They're thinking of something totally different. If that's the case, we would have had a lot of people divesting out of these areas. They don't divest out, they don't so choose. This is not a problem that literally majority of us need to focus on because honestly, at the end of the day, I'm just reporting on the reality of the situation. Moral of the story: when you out at night with your mother and you're sitting in the car, don't watch your mother for her safety. Don't do anything if a man beats her down and possibly kills her. Okay, I guess that's the moral story for Doug. That's the moral story. Not mine. My moral story, what B.M.T has to say: two parties did not need to do that. Shout out to Renaissance Man. Shout out to Hash Dragon. Two parties could have backed down. Two parties could have backed down. One party could have said, get your food. The other one could have got their food. Another situation could have happened. Well, literally, guess what? Another situation could have happened where literally the men that were there could have stepped in. Now, granted, I said yesterday, guess what? I understand what the young boy did. Now when I tell you honestly, glad to know you live. I do. I live. I do. I do. I do. I do. If you don't like your environment, get your money up and get out of there. I don't live in those areas. That's the one thing about it. I don't. The thing about it is people complain about their area, but they choose to stay in those areas. Upgrade your pocket, y'all. Get your money up and get out of those areas. I don't live. Listen, this is not no niggified channel. I don't live in those type of areas. Y'all don't like it. Hey, that's y'all choice. Y'all emotional right now, but you don't come up on the link. Yeah, I've been them drop the link. Come on now. So when we said that, she did what she did. He did what he did. The son did what he had to do. Okay. Shout out to Young Link. Did what he had to do. Now we're attacking it from that of the position that, hey, there are always consequences for reaction. There are always going to be consequences for reaction. There are always consequences for reaction. I agree, Dark Man Jeff. Homie with the dress could have shown restraint, could have hit her with you got it, walked off. They didn't do it. So he got his consequence. Carissa Shield, she said what she had to say. She got hit. Guess what? Her and her son killed the man. That's their consequence. Son, shout out to you, Dark Man Jeff. You like I said, I've dealt with these type of people at Walmart, grocery stores, outside, out and about. Listen, I don't get down with these people. Listen, I don't got listen. As long as you don't put your hands on me, we good. As long as you don't put your hands on me, we good. Male, female, it don't listen, don't put your hands on me. That's a simple rule. Nobody has the right to put their hands on anybody. Anybody still going by that shit in today's time, you a fucking fool. You a fool. This is 2023. I got women. If the women that I've done spoke to about this outside of this social bubble of YouTube, this derelict bubble, men and women both agree, hey, what that man did was wrong. But they also said that woman definitely was popping her shit off to that man. So they got their choices of how they chose to go down that path. The boy shot the gun. He shot it. Shot the man. Charges got dropped. Not everybody gets lucky with that. I don't care how y'all feel about that shit. Get out y'all feelings. Y'all too emotional right now. Exactly, Darkman Jeff. Self-restraint. I practice martial arts in the hands and are calibrated. Best believe I only throw hands when my life is threatened. Man tries to protect girlfriend and baby from angry mob at gas station. YouTube viral. When I tell y'all that literally that young man also has to worry about his life now, because I can tell you right now, he's not going to always have that gun on him. What's going on? What's going on? Underrated darkness. Underrated darkness. We got to probably have a sit down with this. You can be right in the moment, but that's not how the world is going to perceive you. That's not how the world's going to perceive you. Regardless of how y'all feel about that, that boy ain't going to always have that gun on him. That boy ain't going to always have his mama with him. That boy ain't going to always be out there. What's going on, V Dub? See, y'all gotta understand. Yeah, he had that gun on him at the time. Yeah, he pulled that trigger at him at the time. But guess what? No matter where he goes, he always has to be let known that guess what? Anybody, it could be at the blacktop at the court, it could be when he's walking home, it could be when he's at the store. Anybody can just walk up on him and challenge him just because they think that, oh, because you got a body, you think you tough. Yeah, no, I agree. B Dub, when I saw that footage of him coming into that store, I can tell he was scared with that gun in his hoodie. I knew he was scared. But see, the world don't see it like that. The world see it as you got a body, my nigga. You a man now. You tough. You think they gonna give a shit that oh you mama's boy? You this and that? Do y'all even know the psychological stress that puts on somebody, whether male or female, when they pull the trigger? They don't even have to hit nobody. Just going through that environment. See, people don't think like that. Y'all worried about a court case. Y'all ain't worried about, well, guess what? You got to make it to court first, motherfucker. That boy, people could say, yo, he was defending his mama. One people could say that, and y'all are not wrong. Doug's not wrong in saying that. Nobody in the chat is wrong for saying that. Nicole's not wrong. None of y'all are wrong for saying that. But in the same sense, other people gonna look at it like, hey, man. In the same sense, other people look like, oh, okay, motherfucker. So you think you hard like that? You think you bodying people like that? And I've heard and I've seen these stories all the time. Well, you mean the right actions, but guess what? The society you live in don't see it that way. Bro, I've been to say, listen, I've been to say, yo, you think that people in them, you think people in Chicago, I told y'all, Jeremy, yeah, he's an asshole for that situation, but that asshole was just an any old asshole. You don't know who he's connected to. People, oh, B.M.T. No, ain't no B.M.T. We're just looking at the surveillance of us as men that we have to recognize for every action. There is a reaction in the universe. There's a reason why most police officers, when they police, they don't even police in the area where they live. That mama ain't gonna be with him. That gun ain't gonna be with him every day. So when I'm telling y'all, hey, this is it for what it is, yeah, the charges drop, but that ain't how the world is gonna see it. I respect, yo, y'all, I'm not saying, listen, bro, ain't no under no circumstance do we want people or women or men to get abused. But we are looking at that. Hey, the charges are dropped, but that ain't how people see. Do y'all think that people are going? You think people are holding back on Kyle Rittenhouse? That boy is mentally fucked up now. A lot of these people who survive these court cases or these hearings and all this shit, y'all don't think that they don't be looking over their shoulder? But when I say it, oh man, B.M.T, you must want something to happen to them. What do you mean? I want something to happen to them. What are y'all talking about, man? Shooting somebody and seeing their dead corpse and knowing that was you, I'm sorry, that shit will stay with you. You're not gonna tell me well-trained vets don't get mentally fucked up, but a 14-year-old boy ain't gonna get mentally fucked up. Shit. Listen, she in bed. Oh, come on. Put your clothes on. Let's go. And guess what? And B-Dub, be real about that. Now he's always freaked out. Now, listen, boy, y'all don't think these motherfuckers don't be having to look over their shoulders? Y'all don't think they don't be changing the goddamn police station? They do. They do. They do. Monica, I said the same thing. I'm gonna go find out about the insurance first. Okay? I gotta go find out about that. I said the same thing. The son was in a no-win situation. He is being ridiculed for protecting his mother, and if he did nothing, he would be the same. Well, now you're finally understanding, Doug. Now you're finally getting what we're talking about. No matter what, the boy was always going to be a sacrificial lamb. I'm the same way, Mama Mac. I don't even know how the charges dropped, but shit, I mean, hey, I don't know how she got off with all the charges being dropped, but shit, I think now in Chicago, I think they just are looking at it like, let them kill themselves off. And then when they're gone, no charges on the mother, none. She gets no charges on her. She gets none. She gets no charges on her. I don't listen, boy. I listen, boy. That boy, Martin Luther King, Jesus, Gandhi, Allah, Harry Tubman, somebody must have been putting holy oil down on her head and prayed her through because I don't know nobody else literally that walked with that. Listen, man. I think they understood that literally that this was going to be some type of situation, and they're like, "Man, we don't got time for this shit, man. Our city's already fucked up, man. we don't got time. We'll let them handle themselves." But in the same breath, you can't say, "Hey, I'm showing the PD, but I want the PD to protect me." They're gonna be like, "Bitch, you out of your mind. You better go call your son force. You better go get your son to go protect you. You ain't getting that out of me. Not me." I get it. Y'all say the PD's corrupt. Well, guess what? Shit, they can't be that corrupt that they let her go. Now, let me make that make sense. The police department is so corrupt that they let her off. They dropped the charges. I'm trying to figure out how that works. This is why I said liberal cities are crazy. The PD is so corrupt that they dropped all the charges. How does that? How does those two words go together? How do those two things? They're so corrupt. They drop all the charges on her. That's why I be scratching my head like, Listen, man. You think they care about them tearing up their city? Why? Y'all just gonna be out the job. Like I said, go check. Yeah, listen, I already said that too. Underrated. You understand that? Mama. I think they took her gun. You don't get your firearm back for like they could take like 21 days to like a month. So she don't got her. She don't got her firearm. If y'all think she got a firearm, she don't. She don't. And she can't just up and go buy one. I mean, she can. I mean, illegally, but she don't. She don't got her firearm. And the son is too young to go buy one. So they're gonna need somebody to protect them. So, ladies and gentlemen, you had the Hood family. They need protection. Would I do it? Nah. Yeah, that's that's beyond my level of stress. I don't need that shit on me. I don't need that. I don't need that. I wouldn't want that. But somebody will do it. I'm having a heart attack. I'm shocked. Listen, when I heard that she got that charger drop, I was happy, but also I was looking at it like, damn, like I put my tinfoil hat on, and I was like, damn, like what does this mean for everybody else that getting that? But mind you, there's a lot of situations where stuff like that happen. Like y'all got to think of all the times these types of things have happened. We done covered Bojangle stories. Um, we done have Bojangles. We done have McDonald's stories. We done have Burger King stories. We done had hot dog vendor stories. We done have stories at convenience stores, mom and pop stores, all these said things. So I'm looking at when I'm thinking, in my tenfold cap mind, that is this algorithm that is happening now, right? keep playing out, who else can get away with doing this? You know what I'm saying? Like, just say, hey, you know what I'm saying? But there are some people, shout out. There was a story in Florida. Just hear me out. There was a story in Florida, or stories in Florida, where this white man, you hear me? To the store, to the convenience store, and he would bump into black men. And when he would bump into them, he would bump into them and fall down and say his life felt threatened. And in doing that, he would shoot them and kill them. This man didn't do this not just one time, but he did it 2 times. And after a while, mind you, you can look at one of the stories. It was a pregnant woman and her husband pulled up with their kids to the store. And the man, they got a video of him doing it, and he fell down and then boop, 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 boop. Man had a quick draw while falling down. I said, damn, that's a crazy quick draw. But he got away with it one time. He did it again. And that's when the police had to start looking at it like, hold up. Are you using the playbook for a way to get away with killing people? And they had to look at it and say, yeah, you are doing that. But he already had did the deed. You see, there are some people smart enough to, once they know how to exploit the system, they can play the system in their favor. They can play it in their favor. I mean, shout out to the movie American Psycho. Great movie. Great movie, American Psycho. And I know a lot of people say, man, B.M.T, I don't get what you're talking about. Oh, you don't have to get what I'm talking about. Hashtag, you may get what I'm talking about. Manika, you might get what I'm talking about. Some of y'all may understand what I'm talking about. This is why when I said, hey, that boy is the one who really is the victim. Unabomber, Marvel, yep. Like, that boy is the one who has to deal with all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, y'all can say, well, they could just move out of Chicago. Well, you got to have money. Y'all think it just, you know, when people say, well, just move, well, what they going to just pack their stuff and just leave all their belongings and all their stuff, and where they going to get a U-Haul? How they going to do that? Do y'all know how the people, if they could just up and move, they would just up and move? Like, it's not that easy. Where they going to go to? What state? What area? Hi, Nicole. So when people say, well, just up and move, you got to have the funds to move. You got to have the funds. You got to have the funds to move. If they can get out of there, yeah, I mean, yeah, if they can get out of there. That boy is always going to listen, y'all. I'm not faulting him for defending his mama, but the world doesn't always see it the same as we may think we see it. We don't know who he's related to or what what may have in store for that young man. So people say, "Oh, he saved his mama." Yeah, but that don't mean he don't got to deal with shit. "17, he killed 10 people." Damn. If y'all don't think police officers, soldiers, and other people who have taken a life weren't psychologically fucked up, what do y'all think a 14-year-old? Does anybody? I have yet seen in the chat. Nobody has asked how is this going to affect that 14-year-old boy. Nobody ever asked that question. Well, how does that affect a 14-year-old boy? What y'all gonna tell you? Tell him shut up, get over it. What do y'all tell him? Like, hey, you need to suck it up. You saved your mama. So I say plenty of life. Y'all think I ain't psychologically have some issues going on with me? There's police officers who have saved lives, but that don't mean when they took a life that it didn't stay with them. That was a traumatic event that just happened to him. Maybe I'm the only one who's actually thinking like that. Like, damn, man, that 14-year-old kid gonna forever be fucked up. I know some of the women, oh, he should have just let his mommy just. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's fucked up now. We just had it with somebody in the chat. Literally, she just said, "Hey, I used to see men try to beat on my mother, and I used to have to help her fight them off." That's a traumatic event. That's not no happy thought. That's a traumatic event to that individual. We don't think of the repercussions of these traumatic events that happen to people. So now, y'all, that boy, he might be trigger happy. Whenever he gets in an altercation and somebody starts pushing up on him, his input, whoop, bang, 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 bang. Damn. Hey, isn't this the kid that was 10 years ago? That, yeah, it sure enough was him. Sure enough was him. Come on. Come on. Nobody's thinking of that. Like, yo, this shit could definitely stand with him. Y'all can say whatever. I mean, like I said, when y'all start actually looking at these types of things, it's a different lens. It's definitely a different lens to be approached by. The mama, yeah, she gonna do her little lawsuit. Go ahead and get your lawsuit, baby. You're gonna need it for therapy for that boy. If you give a damn. Yup. That right there, James, I agree. That's true. That was true. That right there was true. Meek. That was true. That Uvalde school shooting, and I said that earlier. That's why I said I'm not sure if y'all be listening or y'all just hear what y'all want to hear. I said everybody doesn't have the mental wherewithal or fortitude to actually pull the trigger. Everybody don't have that. Everybody's not built like that. I've been on the battlefield for over 8 years. And I can tell you right now, everybody's not built to pull that trigger. And when you pull that trigger, that stays with you. I started picking up nasty habits like smoking cigarettes, drinking, pornography, started doing reckless stuff, setting myself on more and more dangerous missions to try to forget about the last thing I did or the thing before that. This is why you see so many veterans or police officers or people, they do things to themselves or they drink or put on certain substances or whatever they can do to try to overcompensate that of the psychological trauma that they just did. So me telling y'all this, I'm not saying that I'm shooting it out my ass. I'm telling y'all that boy is not going to be normal. He will never come back normal. That boy will not be the same. Like I said, I don't want that boy to be fucked up mentally. Yet you're saying the boy should stay in. We're calling it Chicago. We're not calling no Chirac. I don't know what you starting to sound like a nigga now. Oh no, damn Chirac. Of course, it's Chicago. Regardless of whatever y'all say, he going to have to live with that shit. No, you fine. Regardless of whatever y'all have to say, he's going to have to live with it. The mama has to live with stuff like that if she cares to. Y'all can say, "Oh well," but see, that's not you. He can be to an extent. He can be, but that's going to be oppressed upon him. Therapy, that's going to be pressed upon him. You got any of y'all got money to get him out of Chicago? Do they have a family system like that to get them out? Amanika just throwing out all kind of haymakers. He needs therapy. She needs prison time. I believe he can sleep better knowing his mom is safe and alive. Yeah, he can sleep. I mean, he can do that. Yeah, his mom is alive. They beat the Chargers. That was, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw that coming. I'm just trying to let y'all know. Nobody saw that coming. That shit. Even I'm NRA and everybody's scratching their head on how the hell that happened. A lot of people scratching their head on how the hell did that happen? How did that happen? We listen, and because the thing about it is because it's looking at how the shit went down for all of us who are firearm carriers. The fact that how that whole scenario played out with the gun, and that he was able to come out with that outcome, that was what's incredible. New Jersey would take on anybody. New Jersey would take on anybody. They take on anybody. That's not cool. But can he? Will it be possible that they probably need to move out of state? Yeah. Got to get the money for it first. Got to get the money for it. Got to show up to court. You know? I mean, hey. Again, does anyone know what the initial argument was about? I don't know. James, you can come on up. Anybody want to come on up? Y'all are welcome to come on. Black Jesus was there to save them. Listen, again, I'm looking at the index of the outcome. If y'all think that somebody taking that a young 14-year-old will not have some type of detrimental issues going on with them after shooting somebody, and then now somebody say, well, the mom did say she was going to shoot somebody. Who's telling these stories? Is it the mom versus that? And mind you, is it just the mom? Like, we also want to hear that of the camp. You know, I don't know. Why am I asking y'all? I can just go ahead and go listen to the footage myself. I don't need. Why am I asking y'all? Because y'all. Why am I asking y'all? I can go listen to the footage. The hell I'm doing? I can just go listen to the footage. Because I got my own ears. I don't need to listen to people. Shit. I'm not listening to no damn avatar. Avatars will say all kind of shit. Drop charges because Chicago PD. I wish I knew who the hell Mika. Is that a Native American? I don't know who you are. Mickey Shy. So you must be an Indian. Okay, you must be an Indian. Okay. Yeah. Well, welcome to the chat. What's good, Topaz, Neo, Nubians? All right, let me go ahead. I just need to hear. I just need to hear what's going on. Let me go get the. Oh, you're a Black Native? Okay, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. Shout out to you. Get the go. Hey, get your food. Get your food. If you say one more thing, I'm about to out. Oh my God, I said one more thing, I'm about to out. One more thing, I'm about to out. Okay, let me see. Get your food. Ooh, get the gun. Hey, get your food. Get your food. If you say one more thing, I'm about to out. Oh my God, I said one more thing, I'm about to out. One more thing, I'm about to out. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and switch over to the computer. Let me go switch over. This is too much work. This is a lot of work for me.
Sorry about that. No. Sorry. That's why. Okay. Sorry, my hair looks crazy. When in doubt, beanie it out. All right, y'all. So we're waiting on the show. Our lovely, lovely co-host. Um, we are you going to behave? We lost an angel yesterday. We lost somebody. We lost somebody.
Was it yesterday?
Well, it was on the 18th. Was it
Last
18th?
week?
Was it 18th? Yeah. He was going there to go get chili, chili steak and fries with his girlfriend and his children to go out to a Sunday picnic, and he died.
How'd he die?
Some evil boy shot him.
Uh-huh. The boy was evil, huh?
Well, welcome. Just joking. So we're joined here. I already informed, if you already caught up to par, that the charges have been dropped. I'm on neither
But
side.
she shouldn't have even been arrested. She should not have even been arrested. This was an overly eager police officer and prosecutor that wanted to build a case that, according to them, mom wanted her son to kill this man. Mom anticipated that the man was going to brutally punch her and continue to just beat the crap out of her. And so when the son reacted as a normal son should have acted to protect his mother, they want to claim that mom was like, yeah, and go shoot that woman that was laughing at me while I was getting my ass kicked. The way she was being beat, she was not aware of who or what was going on around her except for those fists coming in her face. If that woman had been any other race, she would have been taken to the hospital and she would not have had $1 million to bond placed on her. This was a reaction. Oh, yeah, this is black on black crime. Yeah, let's go ahead and charge the mother because we all know the single black women are the worst thing that ever happened on the face of this goddamn earth. Long and short of it is, we have constantly allowed our black men to sit there and talk about, well, I'm not going to protect a woman that's not submissive. No, the problem is you could not protect a woman, period. Whether she was submissive or not, you spent the majority of your existence in the United States being afraid of manning up and protecting those that you loved. From Nate Turner on, they have made public spectacles of any and all black men that tried to protect their loved ones. If there had been a little white boy that shot somebody beating his mother, he would be like Kyle. He'd have been like, oh, look at that brave little boy. Instead, he was criminalized. It was like he just had hate and vengeance. It was retaliating because this man hit his mother. He shot the man while he was beating the crap out of his mother. That is what we need to stop. Because at the end of the day, even though brothers may have abandoned protecting their sisters, even though fathers may have abandoned protecting their daughters, little boys have been traumatized for too many years because they could not protect their mother because they weren't big enough. They weren't strong enough. But once that little boy gets into his manhood, gets into adolescence, he will not allow himself to see his mother traumatized. Of all the women on earth, that's That's the one. He's seen it. He's experienced it. It might have been his own father that was traumatizing his mother, and he was too little to stop it. But now that little boy sat up there and said, I'm big enough to stop my mother from being harmed, and I'm going to do it. And men need to recognize. I mean, it boils my soul when I hear men say things, bros before hoes, even if she is your sister, even if she is your cousin, man, you can't do nothing about that. And black men are killing each other out of revenge or protection of other men. Yo, man, that's my boy. That's my boy. You shot my boy. I'm going to get you for that. So let me get it right. The way black men think is their boys are worth protecting. Their boys are worth seeking revenge. But the women in their lives, their sisters, their girlfriends, their wives even, they are not worth protecting. But don't forget, while you're out there thinking you can beat the crap out of these black women, that even though her brother might not come to her aid, even though her father might not come to aid, you better pray she don't have a son, because they will kill you over their mom. So you got quiet.
I was just letting you rant and talk. I wasn't listening. I was
Oh, okay.
I wasn't really listening.
Okay,
I was just
that's
letting
all
you
right.
talk. But I was letting you talk. What are you talking about? I just let
Okay.
you talk. Go ahead. You got the
I
floor.
said, okay. No, I'm just asking you a question. Do you understand why a teenage black child would be so inclined to shoot at a man that was beating his mother?
Do I get it? Yeah, I do get it. I do get that. I mean, that's his mom, so I get that. So I mean that, but I mean the whole other stuff. Yeah, I mean everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is why I'm looking at what you're saying. But yeah, that's his mom. Um, Regardless, did you look at all the stuff, or you're just going off of emotion?
No, I looked at all the stuff. I also look at statistical records of why black men are in jail.
Okay, no, are you looking at the stuff that happened on this one?
Yes, I'm looking at the stuff that happened.
So what did you compilate?
That look, you want me to be funny? Homeboy went into the store to get a burger and got some wings
Okay, now other than
instead.
that, okay, yeah, I get that meme. Now we're asking the question on that of we're looking at that of the charges have already been dropped.
Yes,
Charges,
as they rightly should have.
okay then. So you're saying that everything else was wrong. Since that was wrong on everything else. How did the boy?
That what I'm saying is
Okay, cut me off.
the prosecutor claimed that she had evidence that the little boy was acting at the direction of his mother. That once he shot the man tried to flee, and the little boy shot him again. And then his mother said, shoot the woman that was laughing at me as well. But there was no corroboration of those details. And the video from the restaurant and the short little clip that we saw tend to negate what was publicly announced after her arrest. The police officer just arrested him. Then they told the story to the prosecutor to support the bill.
Okay.
And when the prosecutor said this was not self defense, this was revenge murder.
Okay. So I'm all right. So I'm asking. So we're looking at it from that of the correlation of we let's say so we're going to ask the question on that, and now let's go ahead and just play the film. Let's do that. So let's go play the film at least. We'll do that one first. Look, creative solutions. When I asked people to come up, nobody wanted to come up. Now Nichelle is up here. Now y'all want to come up here. Stop. Now y'all want to come up here. Now Michelle done gave her Sojourner Truth speech. You know, she's like, I don't got time for everybody now. Also want to come up here.
Who? Get the gun.
All right. So, Michelle, you can go on to talk, and I will go on to talk. We'll both give our cooperation. So, right here, somebody's recording. I take it that's a person, that's a man right there. That's a man. That's a man. Right? Can you see? That's three
I
men.
can.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, and we got it's okay. So that's 3 men. All right, you got this guy right here. He's erratically talking. Let's play it through.
Who? Get the gun.
All right, so he's already balling the fist. Oh, so there's 4 men. So that's 4 men. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we got 4 men. All right. But I know y'all gonna easily just say black men, and that's fine. Y'all gonna say black men. There are all other men there, but we definitely got it. This man is already wrong, but she's already balling up a fist. Somebody is recording. There's always a camera guy. There's always a camera guy. Okay. Now.
Hey. Get your food. Get your food. If you say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out. Oh my grandma, say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out. Oh, say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out.
Now you hear the woman saying he just told you. So we already know that is true. There was a woman that was hyping up the situation. Can we agree on that one?
Okay.
Okay, so right now, listen, I told you, I'm not going off of the nuances of he say, she say. I'm going to listen. We're going to listen. Right? There were men there. Didn't step in. I said that already. Number 2. Either party, that door is open for either one of them to leave. I already pulled out that, guess what? People are wrong for that. Now, wherever that boy was to stand in the door, there's no way he could have been standing in that doorway. Because there were too many people there. Can we agree on that one? Because there's the woman, there's 2 dudes. So that means somebody else had to be. There's another door. So we need to find the other door, correct? We have to find the other door. What's your thoughts so far? I'm going to go find the footage for the other door. But thank you for that. Fair use. We need to find the other door.
A lot of restaurants have 2 doors, 2 points of entry, so that you don't get the people that are working at the register don't get bombarded with the cold or the heat from outside. So you have 2 points. You open the first door, you walk through a little hallway, and then there's a second door. And it appears that a lot of the people were standing in that hallway between the first door and the second door.
Right. Okay. We're also joined here by that of. We're also joined here. I dropped the link, Creative Solutions. We're also joined here by Renaissance Man. I know you had input to say about this situation earlier. I am strictly going by that of the footage that I've already collected and corroborated to. I don't trust either party, but either party is subject to lie. So we're going to use the footage that we can listen, right, Michelle? We're listening.
I'm listening.
And so we can see that there were men there. Renaissance, you brought that up, correct? That about the men that were there that could have stepped in. There were all group of men, assortment of men there. None of them cared to say shit. The woman that was also there, that the mother said that was hyping up the man, literally said, I told you, you should have not said shit. She did say something, saying, should have been quiet. So that was pretty fucked up in a sense. But
the whole situation just sounds like people were basically, I'm sure you've seen these situations being in security where like
right.
you got a few people egging on the situation instead of like trying to de-escalate it, and then in 1 second it goes left.
Yes.
And it's like, damn, if someone could have just, because I said to you earlier, like, why didn't just someone say, you know what, you got it? Because my understanding, they were arguing over spot in line. I'm just like, bruh, at this point, all right, or like, you just be like, hey, you know what, ma'am, you got it, ladies first, and that's the end of the situation. Versus like both parties just no one wanted to back down, and then it just escalates into that. And you, like I said, it sounds like you got people hyping it up on the side too.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead, Michelle. I dropped a link so people can come up, have the logical discussion. Nobody's saying anything. I don't think anybody's heard me say anything about the woman getting beat on for clicks or anything. I definitely, hey, Jeremy he hit somebody. That was wrong. The son was not wrong for protecting his mother. Um, but I'm also looking at it whereas to situation for the stores. And there had been, I forgot, it was a movie even made into this. There was a movie made into it where an Asian woman shot this black girl who came there to get orange juice. I forgot, it was a black movie.
Is it Latasha Harlins?
Yeah, like she shot her and saying that, oh well, she said that they had to go do extensive research to find out that it didn't happen like that. The reason why I'm also like critical about these shooting scenarios is because of when the gunfire starts happening. I don't know that many camera guys that stay there and record everything. After some point, now it's just like, it's just the cameras up in the air, and we have to give our best inference of time, bullets, and everything that happened.
But the other thing is too, BMT, this thing must have been going on for a second, because if the mother had time to realize in her head, okay, like this situation is getting heated, I'm gonna text my son to come bring my gun. Like she must, like this had the camera obviously just caught the last bit of it. We didn't get to see what was leading up to all this, because this must have been like they had to been going back and forth for a cute few minutes if she had time to do that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, see, that's the thing about it, because I'm trying to find it. I showed the footage of literally the boy came in moments before. He came in minutes before the woman had got punched. Miss Hood got punched, and he posted up at the door. You see what I'm saying? Now, some people are saying, well, he could hear what was going on in the car with his mama and the man.
Or he could see it. He could see the guy acting in a manner that would lead up to his mother being in a precarious situation.
Okay.
I personally think she had to text him, because like unless it's like a lot closer than I think, like hearing it, that's one thing. But then my whole thing is, why would you let if you know if that's going on, like would you even need to text? Like I think he probably was just minding his business, waiting in the car, thinking she's gonna get food, and she had to text him. Because to me, it doesn't make sense. She would, like, if he saw it, I'm sure his first instinct would have been like, I better go in there and do something. Like, you ain't even got to text me to come and tell me. The fact that she had to text him, that says to me he didn't know.
Like I'm just looking at like the odds that to come to the fray with a gun. I don't know that many people that know to think like that, and I mean that's even just grown men included. I don't know that many people that know to come to the fray with a gun to the fight. Like that's just, you got that y'all gonna have a hard time trying to tell me. And I've been in too many clubs that somehow the people know.
They may know if it's their gun. They may know. They may know. Hey, I see B.M.T getting into it. Let me go over there. I got my gun with me. But to be like, hey, I need to go and get someone else's gun and show up, like
right. Trying to go get mommy's gun.
Right. But y'all know how kids think. If it's my mama's, it's mine. There's no real separation between what's his stuff and what it belongs to us. This is our gun. This is our gun. Because when my daughter got killed, the first thing the guy said, well, that's my mama gun. Where your mama at? Up in Kansas City. Why you got your mama's gun down here in Arlington, Texas? But he took a gun. His mama had a gun, so he took a gun. And when he moved to Texas. I've heard of other incidents where young boys, when they see a grown man attacking their mother, they grab the gun because they know they're still too little, too small in stature to go one on one with a grown ass man. And they grab a gun to protect their mother or themselves.
Okay. We're joined here by Creative Solutions. What's up? Welcome to that of the conversation. The charges have already been dropped for that of the mother. What is your input that you would like to add into everything that being said?
I'm just saying that the guy who was beating on, the mom, he got what he deserved. Because if I was to see my mother being handled like that, I can't bear to witness that. Especially you gotta come on. Any young boy, even my son would probably try to do something or hit him with something. You don't want to see a mother being punched out like that and you got somebody in the background laughing. That is very humiliating. So obviously he's going to go with the first thing that comes to mind, which is I'm gonna go get a gun because he don't know if he can handle that grown ass man by himself. So he went to go get the gun.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait, he was in the store before and he went back, or he was. I thought he was in the car the whole time.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
According to the DA, according to the prosecutor, what she released to the press was that he was in the car. He was in the car and came out of the car with the gun in a hoodie, in the pocket of his hoodie. And when the blows started, that's when he shot. He was behind the person that was filming. And when the blows started, you notice there's a rush of people that are in line. They rush out when the blows start. But the person that's filming stays there and the gunshot comes from the behind them.
Okay.
Now, like I said, according to the prosecutor, the first shot did not kill him. There was a second shot. He was shot twice. We don't hear that on the recording.
Now I got a question. Now here's the thing I want to ask a question of. And let's first ask a question amongst all of us. Um, can you pursue some if you're defending somebody and you shoot them? Can you pursue after that person if you shoot them after you shoot them?
Doesn't
It
it depend
depends
on
on
the
the
state?
state.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Because some states got right to retreat, duty to retreat laws.
See, that's scary. Like for me, I know in our state, you shoot that person. Like let's say I shoot them on my front doorstep, and I pursue after them. It's murder. After that point, you're no longer the victim. Now you're the threat. You understand what I'm saying? Because now you're actively pursuing after them. And I
Yeah.
think that's where a lot of people are looking at, even from that of Chicago, that because then I want to ask. Well, then I'm gonna ask first off. The first question I'm gonna ask them
No,
is, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say before you go to
What
this kind
state
of
was that
reminds.
in, by the way? Was it in
Illinois.
Michigan?
That was Illinois.
Yeah,
Illinois.
no, I was gonna say it reminds me kind of BMT because you just had this case, that Travis Rudolph situation.
Mm.
Because I thought he was gonna go down not because he came out with the gun, but because he started chasing after them, shooting as well. But he got the charges dropped against him as well. So I don't know. Maybe people are reevaluating it, but I always thought that moment, like, you go from like, okay, this person, I was scared for my life, to like, hey, I'm now chasing this person, shooting after them, that it may change the situation.
Okay. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts about that? Creative. What you got to say about that? What's your thoughts about that?
Hold on. Let me go out and come back in because StreamYard is messing up.
Okay, so and welcome. What's up, Free Zone? The only one I saw out of line was the man who punched the lady. FAF was in effect after that punch. You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, like a lot of people, I think we all can agree that was way out of pocket. That was way graphic. I don't care how much of an argument you get in with people. That was way out of
He
pocket.
punched her once, and she did not try to fight him, but she fell back against the wall, and then he had her in that corner, and he was just wailing on her. And but for the fact that he got shot, he probably would not have stopped until she was unconscious.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. Go ahead, Michelle. I'm gonna go ahead and get the footage. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I mean, I'm just saying that this was a situation of life or death. That he would not have stopped until he did permanent damage. I don't care if you are beat on like that man beat on her. That was someone who was in such a rage that he wouldn't stop until she was either dead or unconscious. Either way, that could have done permanent damage or led to death.
I don't see, and that's the thing. I don't know what these guys be thinking. They could just go around and just beat on anybody. You know, one day for watchman, you know, one day for a killer. Like you can't just go around and hit anybody. Some people got blood pressure, and as soon as you hit them, you don't even know if they strapped or anything. So there should be a learning lesson to everybody. You can't go around and doing stuff like that. Like you don't run nobody here. You gotta treat people with dignity and respect.
Okay. Hot dog and I'll pass the video. Okay.
Well, I'm just curious, BMT. What is the general consensus that you've seen from people is that the dude got what he deserved? I'm assuming that's right. Or if some people actually been trying to make other arguments.
Okay, so the general consensus is this. The general consensus is this. As far as it goes about to that of the boy protected, and I'm going to hit it from the trifecta area. The boy protecting his mother, right? Nobody's refuting that defense. Nobody's refuting that because that's, and I said that before in my show yesterday. That's why I said y'all go listen to my show yesterday. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. If you didn't listen to that shit, then fuck y'all. Then I'm not gonna keep repeating myself on stuff. If my mom was in danger, I'm gonna defend her. That's my mother. You feel me? Like I'm gonna defend her. But but if it's something where as to I shot the man, I got the man off my mama. The man leaves outside of the apartment. And now my mama's saying that we got to go after him, we got to get him, we got to deal with this person. Now you're out of that defensive bounds. Now you're going into that illegality of murder. And any CCI, CCWP class, they will tell you that when you do that, now you're going down. If a cop gets in trouble for chasing somebody and shooting them in the back, right? You can't get. There's no way you can tell me that person's a threat shooting them in the back. Same as if a person breaks into, if I were to break into Michelle's house and then she pulls out a gun, I run. She comes down the hallway and chases me and shoots me. Michelle should be tried for murder. Now, when we're looking at that, because we do have the footage of her and her boy walking outside in the parking lot with the gun. Now, it is found Jeremy's body did not die inside of that of the hawk down stand. He didn't die in there. He died outside of the stand. This is where now, you see what I'm saying? Where now it starts getting blurry. Because if you followed him after you shot him, that's a different story. You understand? That's a different story.
It depends on the state of mind. It depends on the state of mind because
state of mind.
State of mind. It's a state of mind argument. It is he a continuing threat? If you believe in your heart, mind, and soul that he's going out to the car to get a gun to return fire, that will factor into what you're charged with.
Okay, so now we're doing hypotheticals.
I was gonna say if you go to that angle though, like You can pretty
Yeah,
much you can pretty much get away with anything at that.
yeah. I'm gonna say this. You don't want to go
But
down
that's
that
but
spot.
that's the way the law works. The law had this is the reason we have first degree murder, second degree murder, manslaughter, and voluntary manslaughter. Because in either situation, a person is dead, but you have to look at the mental state of the person that caused the death. Had they planned it out, that's first degree murder. Or sometimes you have the felony murder rule, which says you were committing another felony when you kill somebody or cause them to die. Then you have the idea of second degree murder, where it's such a rage. You didn't plan it. But you were in such an emotional state that you did kill someone out of emotion. And then you have the manslaughter, which like, I didn't mean to like kill him, but I thought maybe, if I was trying to shoot him in the leg, but I got his gut. Involuntary manslaughter, you're playing with a gun and somebody gets killed. So you have these mental aspects of what's going on. Is it plausible, knowing what we know, that a lot of people have guns in their car, like his mama had a gun in her car, for the little boy to believe he might have a gun in his car?
No, I'm just saying, like, if that's the president, because you got to think, under that circumstance, you could literally make the argument that, okay, someone just gets into an argument. They don't even put their hands on anybody, but then they go out and they walk into their car, like, oh,
That's a lot of hypothetical, right? That's a lot of hypothetical.
Like, oh well, I saw him going to his car and we were arguing, so I thought he was going to get his gun, so I shot him first. Like,
they're going to look at the totality of the circumstances.
Okay, but let me say this: if we're playing off of that I in my mind thought he had a gun or going to get a gun,
right?
Then you're like, wait, was he getting a gun? Did you? First thing I'm gonna say, did you see him with the gun? But if you can't identify the threat, then
why do you think the cops keep walking? Because they said, I thought he had a gun, but it was a cell phone.
Well, hold on.
It's the mental state of what he thought at the time.
Okay.
Well,
hindsight is 2020.
Hold on.
But
wait. Hold on. We're not cops. We don't have the same occupation. This is why we're right now doing this fight in the blue issue right now for incidents like what you're saying. Because if they're saying hypotheticals in their mind, well, I hypothetically thought B.M.T was about to pull out a gun when he had his hand in his pocket, but you said, hey, hands up. Oh, he's going to get a gun. Wait, you just told me hands up. I thought he had a gun, so I shot. See how we go hypothetical? So when we're playing the hypothetical game, this is why I said this charges drop. Black people, y'all better beware. Because I promise you, it's going to be a more easier way for whenever they do what they do. Oh, well, at least this person, okay, so they got away with it. But now, guess what? Your ass is...
Hey, no. Here's the other thing. Let me ask you this: do we know what happened? Like, did they stay at the scene and like, hey, call the police? Like, killed, like, or did they have to like flee the scene? Like, because that's the other thing that's kind of
they turned themselves in like a day or two later.
Because that's
right after the DA's office released footage. The DA's office was the one that released footage and asked to identify the people in the video. So you could see the mother, but you couldn't see the son.
No, because I was gonna say, if you truly got a self-defense claim, the best thing you can do is either like call the police yourself or be right there when at the scene, be like, hey, like this dude was trying to try me, like I had to do what I had to do, like here's my gun, like what type of questions do I need to ask?
I didn't think about that, but see, that's true because like in my state, like your ass shoot somebody and you leave that scene, you guilty. I don't give a damn if you were the one getting beat on. If you boop, 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 and you leave the scene, oh yeah, baby. You already know, you already done set yourself up for some failure. Because then they're gonna say if you was innocent, then why did you leave? You can't say, well, that person in their mind, they were scared. No. What you supposed to do, you're supposed to stay your ass right there, contact the police, literally turn over the firearm and turn yourself in and let them go through and figure things out.
Right. That's what, that is, I'm going to say it like this. They could add in a charge for leaving the scene.
been dropped.
you know, leaving the scene of the crime. They could add that. That's a separate offense.
That is separate.
That's a separate offense. So at the end of the day, we have to look at who was the guy with? Who was he with at the time? He's with his girlfriend.
Yes.
So if there was reason to believe that you needed to get to safety because of retaliation, they can factor that in when they said you left. Why did you leave the scene of the crime? It's all about the mental state. That by them turning themselves in and saying that, you know, they were trying to, you know, flee for their safety. They didn't know what the crowd was going to do to them. It's fairly reasonable. Fairly. I'm not saying it would work, but a good defense attorney could argue their state of mind in leaving. You know, mama bird trying to protect her son, however you want to look at it. People do stupid shit. And it's up to the prosecutors and the defense attorneys to establish the state of mind. And maybe mom needed to get some medical treatment. I don't know what she did after she left.
Now, the other thing I was surprised too was like there was no I wonder if they're just saying, hey, because of the situation, like they're not going to, because like when I initially heard it too, I thought, you know what, they could get her like for some sort of negligence for like having her son bring her gun to her.
Right. They did charge her with contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Oh, they did.
Yes.
Oh, I thought all the charge. They just dropped the murder charge.
Yes, the murder charge has been dropped.
Oh,
but there's still she's not out of the woods yet for her actions. Like, you know, probably put it before a grand jury to see what additional charges could be levied against her. Because I mean, come on, y'all, a life was lost. And, you know, could mom have de-escalated the situation? Probably, maybe. I don't know, if a grown-ass man tells me, if you say one more motherfucking word, I'm going to knock you the fuck out. I'd just be like, 911. You know, that's the easiest way to handle the situation. But I'm, you know, again, my anger over the situation is that all these men were watching this. None of these men were trying to de-escalate the situation. They weren't trying to help the brother out. Like, yo, man, you don't need to go to jail over this, because that's what was going to happen. These people were watching a man who was about to go to jail. He assaulted that woman and he was going to go to jail. And they didn't give a damn. They didn't give a damn about her safety. They didn't give a damn about his safety.
Not even their own, truth be told. Because here's the other thing, like, you don't know, like, she got on the phone, like, you don't know, like I said, we just had that situation with Travis Rudolph. You don't know, she could be calling someone else to come up there and confront this guy, like, you know, a group of dudes, and it's like you could end up in a shootout in this place.
Basically.
Like as a bystander. So no, I hear what you're saying in the sense is like someone should have been basically like, hey, bro, like, just chill out. Like, it's not that big a deal. Let it go. Like, sort of just being that like a calmer head versus just like sitting there thinking it's entertainment. Because there's the thing, like, bullets are indiscriminate, and like if someone would have came on, like if he would have had a gun, or like someone else would have came in there, like multiple people firing multiple shots, like you don't know who could have got hit.
Like, that's something that was not like.
And y'all want to hit on something real quick that we talked about briefly. Now, the question is, who left the food place first? The mother of the son or the guy that he had shot? Because if he followed after them, that's a totally different scenario. If after he was shot, the mother ran and grabbed her son and tried to go to the car, and he came out after him, that would definitely make a person think that is a continuing threat.
No, but that didn't happen. They got that on footage. It wasn't no he was following them. They shot him.
Did they have footage of the second shot?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
didn't
literally.
the
Yeah,
the oh really?
literally. You can count the damn shots. Like literally, they have. Here's the thing about it. This thing about so beautiful about Chicago and area metropolitan areas. There are multiple angles at
Cameras.
which you can view the thing. That's why I said like I don't have to look at YouTube. YouTube is just people copying and pasting. That's all we do. Versus actual people. Whenever and I've been in clubs whenever there's a shooting, they check the security of the club. Then they're gonna check. Shout out to my homie Craig. They're gonna also check. Also, they're also gonna check the cameras
Surrounding
that are
areas.
on all the areas. And you can literally, whenever you shoot a round, you can actually count the time of the round being shot, as well as that of the shell casings. Because I mean, they all leave behind a tracing of gunpowder. So guess what? First off, they when they left out the store, they weren't running; they were walking, and they were pacing around in the parking lot. That's the one thing about it. I mean, I got that footage on my old video is still up there. Let me see.
Oh, the mother and the son were pacing in the parking lot. They
Hang
didn't
on,
just
hold
go.
on. I'm gonna try to do y'all a solid. I'm gonna try to do y'all a solid.
Do a solid, because I'm really curious. Because the boy was in the door. The boy was in the door.
He
If
was in the
the
door.
man, huh?
No, he was in the door. That is true.
So if the man, I'm trying to put it together, because if the man that had beat on his mother exited the store, where was the boy when the man exited the store, the
Okay,
little
so
chicken place or whatnot?
okay, so I already got this is the video I did yesterday. Okay, so this is the video I did yesterday. Can y'all see it? I got it on mute, but literally I'm unplay it. That's the prosecutor talking. It's literally y'all can pull it up there. Chicago mom allegedly told 14-year-old son to shoot, kill man. Now there's the boy. You see him in the hoodie. Now this is where let me just explain. This is where he comes in. He stops at the door and he's watching. So Nichelle, you brought up at the point, hey, defend mama. That boy was sitting there at the door. He's sitting at the door. In his pocket, what do you think he got in there? What do you think he got in there? The gun. Can y'all hear me? Just trying to make sure. So, okay.
I'm on mute. I'm on
All
mute.
right.
I'm trying to pull
Okay,
it up.
so I'm just making sure I'm playing it slowly for y'all. I'm pointing at where the gun was at. That's the young man. You know what I'm saying? So all of that is said to be right there. The charges had already been dropped, but he was sitting right there with the hoodie on at the other door. Just like you said, there were two entrances. So the one entrance, right? The one entrance. This is the post. I want you to understand in the what we call this in security or in most clubs. That's a postman. That's a postman position. You understand what I'm saying, Renaissance? That's a postman position. So your postman is going to post up to view the layout of the area. God forbid if he was standing directly behind where that man was hitting his mama, he probably would have been in the trajectory to do what? Shoot his mom. Are we agreeing on that? But at that angle, 45 degrees, mama's not in the trajectory. Okay? Mama's not in the trajectory. From there, he wastes his time. I'm about to hit play. I want to find the video. I want to find the video. So after he hits play, the boy's been sitting there the whole time just watching. Come on, man. Where's it at? Damn, I talked too long. My mom.
I mean, I don't want to second guess the prosecutor, but I'm saying that the outrage.
You're fair in what you're saying. You're fair in what you're saying. But see, now that you're seeing this, Michelle, it does paint a different hindsight. Again, we're not saying I want everyone to understand this, but even I said this in the video, if that had been my mom, I would have done the same thing. That had been my mom, I would have done the same thing. But cameras are watching. The camera right there is watching. You got 3 dudes on one side, correct, Renaissance? Right, Michelle? 3 dudes on one side plus the woman in one doorway. The boy went to the other doorway and posted right there with the gun on him. How did you know to do that? How did you know to do that? Because honestly, and I can show you where the car was at. As low as that car was, there's no way you could tell me you could have seen inside of that goddamn store. They were driving a Lincoln. That's low. There was no way you could have seen in there. So when y'all be telling me that he had Captain America hindsight vision, now I'm gonna be like, all right, now I'm calling some bullshit now. Now somebody must have got informed. Now it's not mixed in. So what's up?
I mean, let's just be honest. If a big grown ass man is threatening me,
now do not do scenario.
I'm just saying. No. I'm saying with this scenario, if a big grown ass man is threatening me, and I have a gun out in the car, I'm gonna be like, bring me my gun. Bring me my gun.
Okay, at least you honest with that. I will give you that. You say that, I will understand that. No, I mean, let me know, but it's not like people be watching when they girl or somebody saying they're going into the gas station. Let me make sure I keep eyes on them while they're going. Stop it. When people are going inside the gas station, y'all not looking through the windows like that. Y'all are pumping gas and doing X, Y, and Z shit. So we're not going to do the hypothetical, the woulda, shoulda, coulda. If I knew this was happening, I have my gun ready and I'm going to throw it through the glass so she can get it. Stop it. That's
I'm just going to say, it sounds like from all the evidence, she did somehow or another communicate to her son to bring her gun.
Now,
he happened to have the gun.
Saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, come on, the show. The odds that he knew to stand there like that.
I mean, gangbangers. I ain't saying he ain't a gangbanger. I ain't saying that. He's in Chicago.
We're not painting him like that. God knows we don't want to paint nobody like
that. I'm not saying that obviously he knows how to handle a gun.
Yeah, that's damn for sure. The way he knew to do that part, that right there says he definitely ain't new to the game. Okay, so there they are right there. That's them right there. You can see that right there? See, this is why I just go get the camera footage. You see how they got the angle right there? That's them. They're looking back. Let me see if there any more footage of them. They're looking back. This is them outside after the shooting. Mama, son, he still got his hoodie on. They're not running. They walking back.
So when does the guy come out of the store?
I got to go get that footage.
It doesn't look like he's chasing him. It does not look like he's chasing the man. They're walking. Like you said, they're walking.
Yeah, they're walking. That's walking. That ain't no, they're not running.
They're not chasing. They're not chasing him.
Yeah.
But like I said, if he came out of that store, they could reasonably believe it was a continuing threat.
Mm-hmm. I will give. Now I will say that if he's following them after all of that said stuff, then I would be like, okay, yeah, they felt like they had to do that. Okay, let's pull up.
That's right, Tanya and Terrell. And Carlishia spoke for the first time this morning, at one point breaking down in tears, saying she's thankful the charges have been dropped.
On June 18th of this year, my life changed. My son's life changed. Never in a million years would I have imagined being brutally attacked, beaten, and then arrested. I am thankful that the Cook County State's Attorney dismissed the case. I am also thankful to have my son with me and by my side, and also his charges being dismissed.
The 35-year-old was flanked by her attorneys this morning in Bronzeville during a news conference where they announced that they have filed a complaint against the city of Chicago and 5 police officers. They claim Hood was falsely arrested and maliciously prosecuted, and that she has suffered emotional distress. This lawsuit comes after Hood was charged with first-degree murder along with her 14-year-old son. The charges stemming from this incident at a hot dog stand on June 18th on the southwest side. A viral video showing Brown beating Hood as he argued with her in the carryout line, but we have stopped the video before the first punch. Now, as this happened, police say Hood texted her son to get her gun, come inside, and shoot 32-year-old Jeremy Brown. Her son, whose face we have blurred, then shoots Brown in the back, killing him.
All right, so you see that right there?
Okay, again, did you hear what she just said? The prosecutor's story is kind of warped. The news story said he shot him in the back and killed him in the store.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what they're saying. So I have heard other reports from the prosecutor's office saying that he ran after him. And that's what I'm saying, that sometimes the officers go on what he say, she say, what people think they saw, or sometimes people exaggerate, or they just want to be grandiose. And then later on, they find out, well, maybe I didn't see it that way after all. Because I do remember the prosecutor saying the facts may be different at trial. Literally, she was quoted as saying the facts may be different at trial.
Right. Okay. Let's continue on. Like I said, you guys, all we're doing is watching. All we're doing.
I mean, my whole thing about this incident is the fact that he was boldly, he felt entitled to tell this woman, if you say one more word. I mean, think about that. He would not dare tell another man, I dare you to say one more word.
Wait, how do you know that? Like, how do you know that he wouldn't do that to a man?
9 times out of 10, the structure of the situation is that if you're man to man, the conversation is not one of dominance.
But no man had the courage to tell him to shut him down. So I don't see
right.
If ain't no man said nothing to him, so why wouldn't he say that to another man? If literally he could say that to them and ain't nobody saying anything to him. I'm just saying, I'm looking at the optics. If ain't no man tried to say, hey, chill out, dude, like chill out, my guy, like, hey, I mean, I get it, that people have their position of that, but that is what that situation had performed to be. Again, I also look at that as the optics that, hey, even after this situation right here, we don't know the ramifications of what that boy is going to have to deal with. We don't know the ramifications. We don't know who Jeremy Brown was related to or who he's connected to.
So far, the only people I've seen crying for him have been his female relatives.
I mean, that's fine, but again, that's fine, but we don't know. Again, I'm looking at the optics of, because I don't think nobody really cares, especially people who've never been in his limelight, care about that of when these deeds are done. Nobody cares about the ramification optics of what happens to other people. So, well, you just don't care about women. I said, nigga, shut your dumb ass up. Y'all just ain't any old slated thing to make shit stink. No, I'm saying that when you do stuff, you got to think of the actions. Can you live with the actions of stuff that you do or stand up for? If you can't do that,
I mean, you know, I'm gonna say it to you like this. Some people,
randomly doing
I'm gonna say it like this. Most of y'all on the conservative side have heard of Charleston White. Charleston White right now is the poster boy for, you know, black conservatives trying to enlighten the Democrats.
Oh, he
And
represents
it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. That you have a man who brags that when he was 12 years old, he shot and killed a white man.
Okay.
That we have, you know, you ask mentally, where do you go after you shot and killed somebody?
YouTube.
We have to realize some people just don't give a crap about life. They don't. You can call it they're filled with the devil. You can say anything you want to, but there are some people that, hey, I pulled the trigger. Oh well.
I
I had a little cousin. That wanted to make the strangest defense I've ever heard. He told his mother, he said, Mama, it was either me or him. Only thing he had to do was hand over the money. Why he pull out a gun? I just told him to hand over his money, and he tried to pull out a gun on me, so I had to kill him. It was either me or him. Baby, that's not defense. It wasn't self-defense. Not self-defense when you're robbing somebody.
That's not self-defense. Like I said, and think about it. I look at it like, if he's fine with it, he can live with it. By all means, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. If he can live with it, that by all means, that's all that matters. So, I mean, but it is going to be some ramifications. There always is mentally. It's a mental stressor.
I mean, he's gonna have nightmares about seeing that man beat his mom. I mean, it wasn't just one lick. It was.
I don't know about those nightmares of being his mama. I think more so nightmares of shooting somebody. I don't think y'all really conflate on that one thing. That's probably her issue. That's her issue. That's not his issue. His issue.
Now I'm be like this. I'm gonna tell you the truth. If it was my mama and I didn't get to shoot him before the first punch, but then we had him in the wall, and it was like he got in a good 3, 4, 5 hits before the boy fired. It wasn't like he shot him after the first lick. It was he had her in that corner just going in on her. Like he was not going to stop until she hit the ground. I mean, I'm just saying, I've heard of people that have shot and killed their stepfather. Why would, in self-defense of their mother? Did it weigh on them? I'm sure it did. But at the same time, it was an instinct that they had to protect their mother. You see, a lot of men that, you know, kill. I think there was a Happy Father's Day video going around of a father who shot and killed the man. He was in police custody, but the man had molested his 7-year-old son.
That's an old video.
I know it's an old video, but I'm saying people still believe that the man did the right thing. And this was not, his case was premeditated.
I mean,
the man was already in police custody, and he came to shoot and kill him.
But see, we're talking about can you live with it, and also, like I brought up to everybody, the environment. You know, a lot of people say, "Well, they just need to get out of Chicago." Well, do they got the money to get out of Chicago? They have the money.
I mean, there are GoFundMe accounts for LGBTQ to move out of Florida and out of Texas. So yeah, maybe they'll do a GoFundMe so they can move out of that area.
May the odds forever be in y'all favor. Because after today, I probably wouldn't give a shit to talk about this anymore. This shit is annoying. But this is at this point, this is gonna be their problem to deal with. They gotta deal with Chicago and dealing with people out there.
I mean, imagine this young guy. He's 14. He's probably starting high school next year, or he'll be a sophomore in high school. You know, how many challenges is he going to get? Oh yeah, you the man. You the man that
Oh, that
killed
will
that
happen.
dude.
Oh, that will happen. If you don't think, if y'all don't think people aren't going to step to him about this, just because they can, they will. They will. They will step to him. You better stay. You might want to go do some homeschool or some shit because they will step to him. Just because you do the right thing, don't mean that the society is going to be accepting of you. And I know a lot of y'all saying, "Well, that's just we're saying, listen, that's his society he lives in." There have been people that have told on criminals. And you know what happens? They get harmed. You know, other people
I
do.
mean, he probably does or will have a target on his back by
Come
some
on, Michelle.
ignorant
Listen,
people.
Michelle, come on now. How long have you been in law enforcement? As long as as long as you've been in law enforcement, what's going on, code breakers? What's going on, brother? As long as like as long as you've been in law enforcement, I mean done with law enforcement and law, how often have you seen the good outcome for black men doing the right thing and being praised and protected by that of black society? I would like to know that.
I mean, I do understand that in our society, men are almost always groomed to think bros before hoes.
What?
Men are groomed to say bros before hoes. So
No,
at
who
the
is
end,
going to say that? Who is going to say that? You keep saying that. Who's going to say that?
Hold on, but why do you need to be like why you need to be rewarded
Who?
for doing something that's supposed to be natural?
no, I'm not talking about the
No,
little boy.
I was talking about B.M.T's question.
What?
Right? Who is grooming these people to say that? Um,
Who
all
is the
thing I
question?
know is
Hey, wait. What was the question? What was the question?
you
You
said
just
who
you
is grooming black men to say bros before
Nobody said
hoes.
that. No,
No,
I
no,
said
no. I wasn't saying that. BMT asked initial question before. BMT said, right? He said, when are black men rewarded for doing good deeds in the community? And I'm just
And
saying, why do
that's why
you
I said that there is a culture in the black community, bros before hoes, that because he killed a black man, he's been publicly identifying as killing that black man.
how the
You
hell
will
did y'all
have
get that?
retaliation. You will have the likelihood of retaliation because he killed a black man.
I think now that black women speak French and black men speak Greek because uh like, like how did y'all get all that? Like, yes, I think the dudes are 3 or 4 before the bros. Like, yeah, men will more so sell out their own brothers for the women before they even step up and actually help out another brother. Like I'm sorry, I don't know how y'all got that correlation, bros for hoes. That
Because because
not,
literally these gangs that they literally retaliate because one of their bros got killed. I mean, we had that incident where the police officer beat a man to death because the rumor was all the Qs got in on beating this man to death. Why did they do it? Because there was a rumor that this man was fooling around with this other guy's woman.
that's a legend.
So the bros got together. Those were Q dogs that beat that man to death. I forget a couple of months ago.
So wait, you're using that of a fraternity, a frat. You're using that of a frat as the talking point of something of more men have literally killed or been jailed or incarcerated for that of the woes of trying to die or do whatever they can for the surplus of a woman. That's a fact. So I'm trying to figure out where is this. They're literally portraying women for men. Like, where is all this happening at? Because If that's the case, we can pull out of many groups, songs, NBA teams. Where literally they have broken up for that of a woman. Shout out to Toni Braxton. That woman is a chaos in her own embodiment. But where's this thing? Because you asked one question, creative. Why should a man be awarded, right, for a good deed or protection in his community? That's the question you're asking? Why should he be awarded?
Yeah, like what is he expecting to get from that, except for or his family? Like what does he want? He wanted like a check. What does he want?
I want to be rewarded. I want to be praised.
Rewarded how? You're supposed to do that because you want to, because it's in your nature to do it.
Well, I don't know.
Like, why you gotta be rewarded to do things? It's supposed to be coming natural to you.
You know, like Chris Rock said, brothers come up with the craziest things. I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never got caught selling drugs. I mean, you weren't supposed to be doing those things.
So wait. So see, and this is the thing. This is where I find it very interesting. A woman will get praised for raising a fucking kid and say, I'm a strong, independent woman raising my child. Oh my God. Y'all want all the praise and clapping and acclamation for that shit. Hey,
hold on, that's two different ways.
No.
Taking care of a child, their needs spiritually, emotionally, that's a lot of work. You can't sit here and be like that. That's a lot of work on one person. So she does do that. So what are you talking about?
So hold on. So wait. So a man will say, and shout out DC for saying, I'm confused. Men beat other men. Clearly not roles for bros. Men or a man doing a surplus deed in his community or his society and wanting that of praise or acclamations of good ventures is not supposed to expect anything but just say, oh, I just did it out the kindness of my heart, versus that of, hey, I raised my kid. I stayed on the straight and narrow path. Well, that's what you're supposed to do. Man, now Chris Rock ain't even talking that same jargon bullshit. He's now on a rant about, hey, I did this and I did that, and they treated me like this. So wait, Chris Rock, where did all that go? Because y'all using Chris Rock as the logic, and he's also just doing stand-up comedy, complaining that how people take it for granted. So it seems like if a man can be easy to take for granted, this man right here did a deed, protected his family, this young man, protecting his mom from that of a bad man. You think they're going to give him, like, he'll get his little acclamations, but he's not going to have no protection. He's not going to have
That's all I was saying.
So wait. No, so wait.
I said, if this guy has male friends,
oh,
I mean, they showed his I think one of them was his like cousin or sister. These women were upset, but 9 times out of 10, they are not going to seek revenge. But Chicago has a reputation of men going after other men killing other men. So when I say, yo, there will be men who sit up there and think you broke the code, you killed our boy. You killed our boy. And the little boy is probably in danger.
So I got a question.
They do need to leave Chicago.
So wait, let me ask you a question. Why have none of the women brought that up? I know y'all. I predominantly heard only just the women, just fairly asking, just talking about, oh yeah, the mother, she's safe. I'm glad that other dude is dead. But y'all, I've never heard any of the women talk about the well-being of that child.
I think when we're trying to talk about the well-being of the child, in other words, the child needs to move. I mean, we just kind of have agreed.
But you went on a whole rant for a while. You never brought up the well-being of that child. I never heard Creative bring up.
No, I said that a lot of black men, men today, they were traumatized as a child because they were too little to protect their mother. Then when we talk about these single women, they're men. It could be their father. It could be their stepfather. It could be mama's boyfriend. That these little boys often tell stories about how their mother was beaten and there was nothing they could do about it because they were too little. and they were afraid that they would get beat as well. So yes, there are a lot of people going around as grown men with the luggage of not being able to protect their family as a child.
Okay, so and asking of what you're saying. Um, so I'm gonna bring this up. This is where some people don't want. But do you think that mom was scared of that man?
Repeat the question, please.
Do you think that mother was scared of that man?
Yes, I do.
Where did you see? Where did you see fear?
I saw fear when she said, "Bring me my gun."
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Y'all, how did? Because she said, "Go give me my gun."
Yeah.
That's not fair. That means I'm just going to go get my gun.
When you are afraid, it's either fight or flight.
Oh.
So she was afraid. She had two choices: either to run away or try to stand her ground. And she felt that she needed her gun in order to stand her ground.
Okay, so now you're saying something different. But 1 minute y'all were saying that she didn't tell her son to go get a gun. Now all of a sudden y'all saying that she told her son to go get the gun.
I've always said she told her son to go get the gun.
What the flying?
That he was outside. I mean, it's been one of those things where it's one of those undisputable facts that she told her son to bring me my gun. Bring me my gun.
Wait. Yeah, he got two. Yeah, that man also has daughters. Also, that the son shot. Now, so the woman, you telling me she didn't have no option to leave the store? Creative Solutions, Michelle, y'all told me she didn't have no option to leave the store.
You have options. I said fight or flight mode. So she was in fight or flight mode.
So she chose the option. I'm going to go tell my son to go post up with my gun at the door.
I mean, I think from what the DA's office said, she didn't tell him to post up. She didn't tell him to post up. She said, "Bring me my gun."
Well, unless the mama has learned how to become a mutant like Magneto and say, "Gun, come here," then that means she sent her son to go fetch her gun. Where is that not?
That's what kids do. That's what kids do.
Where's that not?
When mama tells you to do something, you do it. She said, "Bring me." I mean, most of us heard stories, at least if you didn't experience, your mama would tell you to go get a switch or go get her belt. That whatever was going on, mama tell you, "Go get me this."
Hold on, come back to me. Come back to me on this one.
I'm just saying, she did a logical thing.
I'm hearing you, but you're telling your child to go get a gun that you're going to possibly have to use to shoot another man. Where in there, if she was so fearful of her life, where in there was it for her to say, "I'm going to remove myself"?
I mean, look, I'm from a stand your ground state, so you are not going
to. Michelle, don't stop.
You got the castle doctrine, stand your ground. So yeah, I am one of those people that honestly does believe that you are under no duty to retreat.
Okay. Creative, you pretty quiet now. You quiet. Don't get quiet. Because you. So the son did the deed. He pulled the trigger. Now he has to live with that. As they said in Power, Raising of Cain. When the mama told Cain, "Take that," that was one of the most impactful lines. "Take that gun, son, aim it up in the heavens and shoot it." And when Canaan did that, she said, "I want you to understand this. You're going to forever have a bullet chasing you." So now that he took a life, he forever is going to always have a bullet chasing him.
And that's why I said that I hope the mother starts a GoFundMe account
Also,
to move out of Chicago, because there are a lot of GoFundMe accounts to help LGBTQ people leave.
Hold on, wait. Why is it? See, this is another thing I got. So why if the woman is so independently strong, and I hope y'all don't mind me giving this argument. She's so independently strong. Why is it society's job to fund her to get out of the city? Why is it our job? Why can't that be her job?
I'm not saying, listen to what I'm saying. Anyone who wants to, charity, you can extend charity to wherever you want, whatever cause you support.
Y'all like that?
So at the end of the day, I prefaced it on a lot of LGBTQ are starting GoFundMe accounts in order to move out of states like Florida and Texas. My sincere thing is that if you see that the son could be in danger from retaliation by other members of this man's family or retaliation from his friends, his bros, if you see that, then you might want to think about moving out of Chicago. I didn't say moving to where.
Hold on.
But okay. As a mother, I would have moved.
Okay. So the woman is 35 years old. So she's been on this earth for 35 years. You mean to tell me? And Creator, don't get quiet. Be quiet. She didn't think of that well-being of her child. To say, you know what? If we kill this man, what are the repercussions that could follow?
Yo, honestly, I'm going to say it to you about this. When women feel in danger, I was in Belgium. I was in Belgium, and my mother called me and told me to come home because she felt she was in danger because of my uncle. I hopped on a flight from Belgium to come home and deal with my uncle, who was threatening my mother.
What were you going to do?
I beat his ass. I grabbed a trophy and beat his ass. That's what I did, and then called the police. I am not the one.
So I am not the one. So he allowed you to beat him, or you overpowered.
It wasn't no allowing. I literally grabbed a wooden a trophy that had a wooden end to it and started swinging and beating him.
Okay. Until
he fell down, and I called the police because he was threatening my mother.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
And my mother was the one who stopped me from swinging because he was already down on the ground.
So you would have killed him
if she hadn't put a cane, but if she hadn't blocked my shots with the cane and then grabbed me and said, "Don't."
Why didn't you call?
He was unconscious. Called the police. He was gone.
So, but she never thought to call the police. She never thought to call the police.
Oh, my mother didn't want. I don't want to put him in jail. Oh, okay. Guess what? We don't play that.
Sometimes I'm gonna be for real with y'all. This is gonna be. I really believe that sometimes black women think black boys are expendable. I really get that staunching odor from y'all. That I don't think y'all actually give a goddamn flipping fuck about the repercussions of what could happen to a black boy after the deed is done. I mean, y'all been singing praises. Oh, I'm glad that bastard did. I'm glad y'all ain't asked about his mental. Y'all ain't asked about, hey, what happened to the boy? He got to go to school. He got his life to live. He got to go to college. All this stuff. I've yet seen anybody do a stream about when I actually started saying, hey, that boy gonna have a hard time in Chicago. I had so much pushback in the chat. I didn't hear y'all really talk about this. All y'all said, well, B.M.T, the mother, yeah, I get it. The dog protected the master. Congratulations. Now what? Now the dog has to watch his back going into the pen with all the other black boys, all them other men.
But what you're not seeing is what I am saying is that in other cultures, he would not have a bullet following him.
Yes, he would.
But in the Chicago culture, we all agree it's more than likely someone is going to try to seek revenge. And the best thing for that boy is to get him out of Chicago. Okay. That B.M.T, You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth and say, how dare this mother ask her son to bring her gun so she can protect herself? How dare her? She needed to think before she did that.
Okay, now I got a question. When that happened, why, and you still have why didn't the mom, if she felt so threatened, why didn't she, if we look at it, why didn't she go leave? Why didn't she just say, I'm gonna go get my
Black women should just submit. Just go ahead and say it. I don't give a fuck who the person is. If he tells you to shut the fuck up, you a black woman. You need to do what that master says do. No, you don't have to do that. Stand your ground, state here talking. That you have, in my state at least, you have the right to protect yourself and your loved ones. You have that right. That's an inalienable right. You do not have to run away. You can't sit up there and say, I forgot the woman's name in Florida, where she said she shot the gun up in the ceiling because she was afraid. And they're like, oh, if you were so afraid of him, why did you?
That was her husband. Huh? That was her husband.
Yes. She didn't shoot her husband. She shot up in the air. And she was going to do 25 years.
In their house. Who shoots
yes. She shot the gun up in the air as a warning shot, and she was going to do 25 years.
So what happened if that gun would have went up with one of her kids to the floor?
I mean, the likelihood of that is slim to none.
No.
She shot up into the ceiling. She shot up into the ceiling. The two boys were in the room. She shot up in the ceiling. What was the gun going to do? Dude, it was a magic bullet that was going to go through the ceiling and come back down.
Michelle, you know why they tell people to shoot up in the air? Because when a bullet goes up, it doesn't come directly straight down to where it went up. It travels.
Yes, but that's when you shoot in the air. When you're outside and you shoot a gun up in the air. If you shoot through the ceiling, it's through the ceiling.
Michelle, that's not how it works.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
I swear I'll take you to the gun range. I swear, baby.
Honey, I've been to the gun range. I'm very good at the gun range.
What are they telling you at this gun range in Texas? But that's not.
They're not sitting up there going, okay, when you shoot, if you shoot up at a target, if you shoot up into a ceiling, it has to go through the materials in the ceiling. Most of the time they find guns.
Do you know what that?
When you're talking about people outside shooting, that's a totally different thing. The bullet gravity pulls the bullet back down. But when you shoot through the ceiling, the bullet does not miraculously do an arch and come back through the ceiling. It falls somewhere in the room if it doesn't get stopped by the ceiling.
Okay, so let's say that bullet had gone up, right? If that bullet had gone up the ceiling, let's say it had hit an electrical and sparked the fire, or ricocheted and sparked something. Mind you, in Florida, hot and caused the fiberglass to go. Like, y'all, listen, man, bullets are funky things, man. And that's the thing about it. Like, that's how I be worried. I be listening, man. Like, like, I listen, man. No, let's just listen to that. You got it. You have it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely can tell you right now, Clarissa Hood was not in her right mind. I definitely can say this. Jeremy Brown was not in their right mind. None of them were in their right mind. I really believe that Clarissa already had been through enough crazy shit in her life that literally a man yelling and threatening to hit her was just a normal Tuesday. But if literally she was really fearing for her life, she would have got the hell up out of there. But also the same thing for that dude.
But Joe, you can't say that. That's okay. That is you
now,
have
all of a sudden you can't say she didn't have nothing mentally going on with her. But it's nothing mentally wrong in standing your ground. There's nothing mentally wrong with a person that chooses to stand their ground. All Okay. You giving so she was right. So she was in her right mind when she told her son, "Go get my gun."
Yeah. But bear in mind, I come from an open carry state where we honestly do believe you have the right to defend yourself. You do not have a duty to retreat. So based on our laws, our understanding of the situation is if somebody is threatening you, we say, go get my gun. I'm going to stand right here and I'm going to get my gun. And then we're going to discuss this calmly or rationally, or I'm going to put a bullet in your ass if you try to harm me. The guns are great equalizers.
But she couldn't walk away.
Again, I'm from a stand your ground state.
No,
so
stop.
You're under no duty to retreat. You seem to believe that if you're afraid, you're going to run. And I said that if you're afraid, you have two choices, fight or flight. And she chose fight. I'm not mad at her for choosing fight. She chose to arm herself to equalize the situation so she could fight. The gun just didn't get there in time.
How didn't it get there in time? The boy had time to sit there, post up, watch the whole thing play out, and didn't get there in time?
Like I said, the gun didn't get in her hands.
Man, so
she wanted the gun in her hand. It didn't get there in time. He started wailing on her. The boy was like, okay, you want to play that game? You trying to kill my mama? I'm going to kill your ass.
All right, y'all. Let's just look at it. Let's look at it. Michelle's backstory, I swear, Michelle just be giving this woman every goddamn out, boy. And I mean, I tell you, boy, it's going to. Like I said,
no, I saw that man down in Florida say that he feared for his life, so he shot the black guy. I was like, okay, I'll go with it, because Florida, like Texas, believes that if you proportionate force, maybe a little bit more, just a little bit tiny more, that if you are fearful of your life, you don't have to run.
I believe black women can do no wrong now. I believe now in my heart and soul that honestly, y'all have hit an epiphany. Y'all can do no wrong. Let's go ahead and play this damn.
They claim Hood was falsely arrested and maliciously prosecuted, and that she has suffered emotional distress. This lawsuit comes after Hood was charged with first-degree murder along with her 14-year-old son, along with her 14-year-old first-degree murder along with her 14-year-old son. After Hood was charged with first.
All right, you ladies and gentlemen, that's where y'all see these two doors, right? Right, Michelle? Ain't that what we said? Those two doors? Now, we both agreed that there would be two doors. One door over here. That's where everybody was standing in line at. The two are arguing right over there. She was in the corner. He's over there. Everybody else was standing in the line. The recording was right there by that door. Her son posted up right here. So let's go ahead.
First-degree murder along with her 14-year-old son. The charges stemming from this incident at a hot dog stand on June 8th.
See what I'm saying? You see where she's at, Michelle? In that corner?
Yeah.
Okay, she's in the corner.
18th on the southwest side. A viral video showing Brown beating Hood as he argued with her.
Now, they have distance. If she would have turned her back and he would have struck her, I would say, oh, shit. You know what? Hey.
In the carryout line, but we have stopped the video before the first punch. Now, as this happened, police say Hood texted her son to get her gun, come inside and shoot.
Can we agree that she had to have some way to tell that boy to get that gun? Can we agree on that?
We've said that already. She texted him to come get the gun.
I'm just saying, we make sure we're in agreement.
32-year-old Jeremy Brown, her son, whose face we have blurred, then shoots.
There he is, fumbling, trying to get the gun out.
Brown in the back, killing him. Hood and her son were charged with murder, but yesterday the cook.
Now look at that. They walking around. Goddamn, they splitting up and shit. One going one way, the other one going the other way. Now what? Now, Michelle, you said she was grabbing and comforting her child and making sure and getting him to the car. She going one way, he going the other way. What the hell?
I mean, he's probably dazed. She's probably dazed. She just has, look, I'm telling you, the way. Wouldn't you be dazed if somebody had put that many haymakers on you?
She dazed now. She walking pretty fine for dazed.
Joe, you want her to be like catatonic while she's out there? I mean, this man has been shot. They obviously stood around there for a little bit, walking around trying to figure out what to do. At some point in time, they got in the car and left.
I swear, boy, like y'all.
I mean, you cannot demonize this woman because she didn't run away.
Are we looking at the same footage?
Hey, wait, Michelle, I got a question for you from a legal standpoint. From a legal standpoint, I always thought it was you cannot bring a gun to a knife fight. Does that hold?
No, you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. That's the way it goes down here.
No.
Don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
No. I always took it like, and maybe that's different states, is that if someone has a knife, you can only like retaliate. Like you can't retaliate with force greater than what they have. Does that not imply in these stand your ground states?
No, because if a person is coming at you, if they're hitting you in the head, that right there, or strangling you, we now have statutes because strangulation and blows to the head often lead to irreparable injury.
Okay. So that's changed pretty recently, hasn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been I'll say it like this: it's been codified. It's been strictly put down in the law that there are certain things, choking around the neck, or hitting somebody in the head. Those are actions that could kill them or severely impair them. So yeah, they've kind of upped the ante.
Because I was gonna say, like, with some of these, the way some of this is going, it's almost feeling like it's almost kind of feeling like someone could just make a threat and you can say, I feared for my life.
And I need to get my gun, Renaissance. At this point, everybody can get the gun now, boy. Shit. Everybody can go get
I mean, I'm from an open carry state, so people just are not playing when it comes to their safety.
Wait a minute. How is this happened in Illinois? So how is that? That's the other thing.
Yes.
Aren't their gun laws pretty strict? Like,
yes, they are. They are pretty strict. But shit, according to this, you got to just be the right tent, the right tent, and the right gender. You match up. You apply.
I mean, it's like a little white guy that got punched by Mike Tyson. He wanted it to the charges to be brought because Mike Tyson actually, his fists are lethal weapons. It's no.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Mike Tyson is a retired boxer. His fists are not registered. He's retired. So guess what?
I know that's what came out at the end. The reason they did not pursue charges is because he's now like O.J. Simpson. Who believed that O.J. Simpson had the stealth as an older man to, kill all those people? Nicole Brown and whatever his other name is. I mean, it depends. It really does depend. I said it before. That's why you have first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, and involuntary manslaughter.
I will give you that the boy protected his mama. I will put that on the table. If we had Negro court, I will give you that he did protect his mama. But I will also charge the mama because I would say, Mama, did you have a chance to get out the store? And if she says, no, I'm gonna say you're full of shit. But God damn it, how'd your boy was standing in the entrance all by himself? You told him to go get. Listen. If you got enough time to go text, get me a gun, nigga, ain't that much danger in the world. Ain't no way you gonna tell me that now. If you could text, give me a gun. No.
To be fair, BMT, that was my kind of initial thought when I heard this. I was like, damn, it's like the mother just like kind of like wanted her son to be. I mean, she did tell him to go back to the car, but I'm kind of like, you instead of just getting out, you want to kind of put your son in that situation.
Bro, Renaissance, you see the boy posted up at the door, bro. What kind of thing? As much as y'all were just getting on me about, oh, she was in danger. He had to run in there and go say, that nigga was literally posted up like GQ and like this nigga was like he was in belly, just waiting. They ain't got much damn no, bro. If that's y'all savior, if that's y'all Captain Negro America, then he sucks. If he was so much saving his mommy, why did he step between her? Even a child, when daddy gets upset with mom, a child will run between the parents and start pushing away. That boy didn't do that. That nigga did this.
Nah, I ain't got a problem with him doing that, to be honest with you.
Right. With the posting up or the stepping between them?
I don't know. I didn't even have a problem with, honestly. I mean, like I said, I didn't have a problem with the boy seeing, hey, this dude hit my, and he shot him. Like, honestly, I just feel like if you're a kid, you see something like that, like you're not gonna handle that, and you're just gonna do whatever like in front of you. So I don't hold him responsible for that.
He did what he had to do, but I'm not gonna pretend. I'm just saying this.
No, I agree. I think the mother was more of the problem of putting him in that situation. I think if she had a chance to get out, she shouldn't have, because then your son's gonna have to live with this, and you don't know who this man is and who he knows, and they may feel some type of way.
Don't worry. I know people gonna blame B.M.T. That B.M.T. you're advocating for women to get beat and abused and all that.
No, I'm saying nobody's saying you're advocating for women. No, B.M.T. Look at what I said. The man said, if you say one more word, I'm going to knock you out.
I swear
somebody... The fact that he felt empowered enough to tell this woman that I'm in charge here. I don't even own this store. I don't own this store. I have no authority whatsoever. But I'm going to tell you that I am going, if you say one more word, I'm going to knock you out. Knock you out.
Michelle. Nobody said he did not.
No, Nichelle. No. Here's the thing, Nichelle. I think the problem is the fact that the woman, like in her mind, she knew, hey, I better get my gun. Like, so I'm gonna text my son. I'm saying at that moment she should have thought, hey, I should just get out of here, instead of thinking I'm gonna get my gun and go shoot this man.
Well, she should have got up even before that part, to be honest, because. Like they talk to teachers in the prison. You see dudes clench fists, yelling and screaming. You need to be the person to you might need to get the fuck up out of there. Regardless of what the law and everything says, the law doesn't account for common sense. If you know you can't take on this guy, if he's getting that enraged, I don't care if he yelling and screaming like he's authority. You're looking out for your own safety. At that point, you're talking about your own ego. You got to put your ego to the side. So again, that's what she should have walked off. It ain't about, oh, you need to submit. No, there's a situation where you get in a fight with this dude, you might gonna lose. It might be the better thing to walk off and de-escalate it or get the other people involved. Because you have
I was gonna say, all that guy could lose his life. There you go.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not mad at this dude getting deleted. He deserved it. Like Nichelle said, the fact that he thought he had the cojones that hit somebody because they said something to him, yeah, he's off his rocker. He need to be deleted. I don't have no problem with that. I don't feel no sympathy for him. I feel bad for his daughters, but I've heard a lot of rumors. I don't want to. Let's just say I've heard that this dude, this ain't the first time he's been beaten on women.
No, we could definitely tell.
Yeah, he felt so comfortable doing it. You could tell this ain't the first time. Right. So yeah, he needed to get deleted. I'm not even mad at that.
So one of the things about it is this. So It's just confirmation on things I brought up. One, not his first time. Two, I already told y'all it's not Carlissa or Miss Hood. It's not her first time ever dealing with niggas like that. And again, traumatic people like that they have ego. I can have it where two guys could be talking, shooting shit at me, talking all kind of trash, and I could have my gun on me. It would be more easier if I just walked away. I just walked away. Now you got what some people are like, well, you walking away, they'll chase you off. No, it's just that I don't feel like giving up my firearm. Two, I don't feel like the paperwork. And three, the court case, you got to do all that stuff. No, it's just not worth it.
Yeah,
I lose nothing. I lose nothing by just going somewhere else. So what? Like, but I get it that this black society of thought process, and I get it, even so. Y'all, well, the women, no, the women are now just like the niggas. They are just like the men.
I'm gonna say it, Joe. She wasn't up in his face. She did not get up in his face. Okay, let's just be honest about it. She did not get up in his face. She did walk back to the counter. She was right there by that little styrofoam thing when she said something, like as in texting. You can speak the text, so it sounded like when she moved away from him, she said she texted by speech. Bring me my gun. She wasn't doing her fingers texting her son. It was like she was talking into her phone.
Yeah, you can do that. You don't have to text anymore. You can actually talk. Like you can hold your phone, and if you hit the mic button, you can say what you want, and it literally will be in text. And literally, so.
But if she said that though, that's gonna escalate it even more.
Yeah.
Now I just heard you say, "Oh, okay."
She wasn't trying to de-escalate the situation.
You said she wasn't trying to de-escalate, or she wasn't trying to escalate.
She wasn't
trying to do it. But at the same time, there are times where, hey, even at the prison, we got officers. I ain't gonna walk away from no inmate. They say something to you, and we're looking at them like, dude, these guys are bigger, stronger. They exercise way more than you. They exercise probably way more, maybe 24 hours a day. Well, you might go to the jail maybe once a week. Who you think gonna win if you actually get into it? Who you think gonna win that one? It's probably gonna be them.
So just because somebody goes to the gym and they exercise and they do all of that, they have the right to go in and go at a woman?
No.
How did you get in that?
No, because these people over here talking about nobody cares about that. It's disrespect. You're not supposed to do stuff like that, you know? Not only that, she's a mom. She looks kind of older than him. But what if? Hold on, you guys. No, wait. Because you guys think that every woman.
She got to submit. It's not about submission. It's about making sure it's safe at the end of the day.
What if she knows some deadly karate? What if she had pepper spray on her? What if she had a knife on her? She had a knife on her, but she was gonna say that.
But here's the thing. Why do we like? Even if you can actually beat this person, like why is it worth it? Just like, bruh, like someone just say, hey, you got it. Like I'm just like what
I know how to take down an inmate. I know how to do that. I know exactly what I will do if we get into that fight. But my thing is, why would I put myself in a position where I can get hurt? And say, because look, those punches that he gave her, one of those punches could have killed her right off the bat.
Thank you.
So it's at the same time, do I want to take that chance, or do I want to say, hey, you got it, and walk off? She got a crowd, and if the gun was in the car, guess what? She can walk and get to the gun. She can go and walk off. So just in case he followed her son's right there. They can easily go get that gun and put bullets in it if he come and follow. But the point is, she needs to be protecting herself. If you see this dude clench fist, he's not playing with you. It might be the bigger person to walk. And that does not mean you're submitting. It means you protecting yourself. It's just like we talked to
because here's the thing, you don't even know, even if you know all the martial arts, you don't know if this guy has a knife.
Right. You don't know what he got. Just like in the
Okay,
prison.
we're all
You
in.
don't know what
We're
they
all
got.
thinking. You're all thinking like, okay, if somebody tells me, let's just go with it. Exactly what he says. If you say one more word, and she does walk back to the counter, she is transacting her business. But at this particular time, you hear her say, you hear her say something when she goes over to the little Chinese guy or whatever he was. She, so are y'all saying she had, oh, bitch, if you say one more word, oh my God, I'm going to knock you out. What she's supposed to do at
No,
that point in time is not
no,
walk, turn her
Well,
back, and
yeah,
that
that's
she turned her back.
turn
She
her
wasn't
back
talking to
and
him.
do the
She
walk
did not
off.
get
no,
up
no,
in his face. She did not
no,
get
no,
up in
no,
her face. His
Y'all ain't
face.
gonna y'all ain't gonna win this argument with logic.
no,
Y'all
no.
y'all gonna talk
Nichelle,
about
I'm
I'm saying,
sorry. If
a
somebody
long time
if
ago.
somebody
no,
told
no,
me
no,
that,
Nichelle,
I
I'm
would get
saying
pissed
like,
off. I'm just gonna
I
trigger
get
me. You
no, no,
telling
I'm
Thank
me
you.
to say something.
no,
Oh
Of
no.
my
course
God,
I'm gonna get
because
man,
of
if you
this
triggered.
say
You
ego
already
comment.
know a lot of women, you don't say stuff like that to women. You don't say anything like that to
Okay,
No,
but
I'm
nobody.
saying
That's
he
yeah,
he should.
disrespectful. It's a
No,
respect
no,
in a
no.
thing.
perfect world, creative,
It should have never got to
that would
that
be
point
great.
though.
But we don't
It
live
should
in
have
that
never.
perfect world.
No,
one at a
I'm saying
time.
it should have never gotten
And
to
that's
that
why
point.
he got dealt. So now he knows. Now
I
everybody knows. Don't do
Exactly.
things like that.
I get it. I'm not
I
No,
mean,
mad
all
at
thing
that.
we're saying is, okay, you have two women on the panel. We're basically saying that the video shows her, she did not get up in his face. She did not get up in his face. She turned and went back to the counter where that styrofoam thing was. I don't know if that was her food. I
She
don't know if
already
she was
knew.
upset
Okay,
about an
wait.
order.
Pause.
no,
Pause.
I'm not. I'm not. Wait, I'm not even saying that, Nichelle. I'm saying
What?
that. I'm saying before it even got to him saying she knew that this situation was getting escalated because she said, "Hey, bring my." She told her son to bring my gun.
Okay,
I'm saying, but when it got to that point, you should something in your mind should say,
let me.
"Hey, we need to stop." Before he even said, "Hey, if you say something else," because
Okay, so when he told her, take your food and leave, take your food and leave, that's what she should have done. She should have been a very
Yeah,
submissive woman and took
yeah,
her food and left.
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
Regardless of whether or
When
not
yeah,
her
she
order was
when
right
she
or not,
when
she
yeah,
should have just taken
yeah,
her food and
yeah.
left.
I would have done that.
yeah.
I would have got that food and left. Like here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. And I'm so glad y'all said that shit. But I had to play in my mind where they were standing and angled, right? She was facing the door. Well, guess who was standing in what door was she facing? Her son. So if I see my son walk to the door, that I was facing him, and literally he's already posted up. Oh hell yeah, my confidence is gonna jump up. But guess what, nigga? I got my support. So guess what? Listen. I'm gonna turn my back to you,
Yep.
and I dare you to do something to me.
she
And
shouldn't have
guess
done
what?
either.
He played the game and he got his stupid prize. Boom, 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 and that was it. So that's why there was such a cockiness because, mind you, at one time before the boy was there, she had her eyes on him. But once the boy arrived, see, I'm so glad we're having this conversation. But then when you start playing out the angles of the room, boy, yo, Chicago PD might need to put me on their goddamn payroll, boy. But I'll be watching these cameras like a motherfucker, boy. I'll be like, hold on, bro, that dude was right there. But
But
mind you, the boy, hey, he came right
but
there.
B but BMT, you started off this stream saying, here's the thing, and here's why I say she should have left, because even though the dude got killed, like you said, the son is not going to be right after that. And that's the thing you got to
Boy,
think
that's what
about.
I said. I said, y'all, he may have meant the right intention and he did an honorable thing. But in that of the broader society environment where he lives in, you don't know who Jeremy is. You don't know other men or other people who ain't going to step to you. You don't know the social media stuff he got to go through. But you know what? Hey, we beat the charges. Yeah. But you know what? There's a story in the Bible, even when God told Cain, you know what, Cain? Yeah, you killed your brother Abel, but everybody for henceforth is always going to know you for forever what you did. Nobody see that bother. See, that's right there. Right now, he got the mark. He got to live with that shit. He ain't gonna be, unless
And
he can't carry no gun with him to school, unless he
and
gonna stay inside and be a hermit. But
and
he on his
the
own.
other thing we keep saying, well, other coaches don't do this and other coaches don't do that. No, they don't advertise this stuff. But best believe if you mess with, and even in other cultures, you mess with someone family member, you might get dealt with there too. They just don't advertise it. Like all our stuff is just advertised.
I mean, they do advertise it. We all heard of the Hatfields and McCoys. That
Yeah, to
you
a
do
degree,
have you,
but ours
you
is
had the
advertised even worse than theirs.
you, the Italian mafia. Now you
Right,
got the Mexican mafia. I mean,
right.
yeah, you know, if
So
people are in the gang mentality, and that's why I said
I'll be
my
right
best
back.
advice
Y'all go ahead.
after this. Oh, what did B.M.T? Okay, I'm saying that in this situation, considering how Chicago operates, everyone is saying that guy probably has friends and family that want to get revenge,
mhm.
and the little boy is gonna have to live with that. Well, no, he don't have to live with that. Move your ass somewhere. Move.
Uh, yeah, I even with the moving, if people want to find you, they will find you. So I would suggest, like you said, move. Definitely move. But even with that, you still gonna have to keep an eye out because some idiot will be looking for revenge because somebody, just like every inmate I know, there's always some mama, grandmama coming to visit. There's always some brother coming to visit. And even if they are the worst of the worst, they will still pick up that call me if I'm in the control ticket taking calls. Hey, I just need to know how my son doing. Never mind, this is the same dude who probably slapped an officer, spit on somebody, cussed us out, called us the cop, the God, everything but the child of God. But there's some mama calling. Hey, I need to make sure he okay. Uh, is he haven't called? You never know with people. So yeah, I agree with you, Michelle. But I would take it even a step further. He's still gonna have to keep an eye out,
Oh
and
yeah.
she has to keep an eye out. It's just, that's the way the world
I'm
works.
gonna say it like this. This is my sincere belief. This is how I feel. That black people always say, his family could try to find him. So, okay, fine, great. But George Zimmerman should be the first on the list. Anybody in the black community that want to roll up and say, let's find somebody who deserves street justice, George Zimmerman should be first on the list. This little boy protecting his mama, like you said, the only people that be after him would be a fool.
Right. But unfortunately, we got a lot of fools out here.
Exactly.
Way
Especially
too many fools than actually people with heart. We got way too many fools, but not enough people with heart. And not enough people will protect the people with heart. Like you said, George Zimmerman should have been X off this planet a long time ago. But guess what? The people with heart, they're the ones that protected the least. But the fools will be protected the most. That's where the bigger problem is. You could be doing everybody who does the right thing. It seems like to me at times they get the most criticism out of everybody. Even in relationship, woman being celibate, being not throwing her vagina everywhere, seem like she get criticized the most. The man who's not throwing his penis everywhere get criticized the most. But the man who's throwing his penis around, he seemed like he get criticized the least. He's more celebrated. The woman who's throwing her vagina around gets celebrated the most. The woman up there willing to slap it in the face, whether she had a caprice or not, celebrated. The man who's up there hits a woman, whether he's justified or not, he's getting celebrated. This is a topsy turvy world we have out here. And the saddest thing is that the people who are doing the right thing get no recognition. Matter of fact, somebody said on this panel, well, that's what he was supposed to. I've heard that so many times about people that they supposed to do, but yet you tell them, hey, you know what? We got a lot of people who are not doing what they're supposed to do. Maybe you need to advertise what they supposed to do, advertise and big up it instead of all this putting all the focus on dysfunction. Know what I'm being told? But that's what they're supposed to do. They don't need no praise. What kind of world are we living in? You post, that's the one you supposed to be giving the most. Because that edifies people to keep doing the right thing so they don't have to go down this dysfunctional road. But we feel like that's what they're supposed to do.
Wait,
So
Nichelle, I
now
think you got some background. I think you got the stream playing in the background.
I think that's Nichelle.
Yeah.
Hold on, you guys. Let me get out the comments real quick.
Yeah.
No,
So,
I just think you got the stream playing in the background. That was
yeah, I think it's probably the mic or something. But that's my point. It's like, and every time I've said that to people, okay, you want these men to be better fathers. Okay, promote the ones who are doing it, the men being in the community. Promote that. I get well, that's what they're supposed to do, and they don't want their attention. Well, you got a bunch of people who think it's these guys who think it's the best thing to do is be dysfunctional. They think that women value dysfunction more than men being functional men. So if you want the men to be more to do the more right thing, then you need to promote that more. That makes sense. The same with the women. But you get a whole bunch of pushback for that, and that's crazy to me.
Well, the other thing is, I think this is gonna, I think it's gonna kind of embolden more people to, like, you gonna see more situations. I think in the show you got that background again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Richard.
No. All I was gonna say is I think it's gonna embolden more people in the future, in the sense of, like, I see a situation, and if I have a possible out, like, I know if I can just, if this dude does something, or I feel threatened, I can shoot this person. Like, that's the thing. Like, with any of these things, like these stand your ground claims, all of this, like, regardless of who involved, like, that's what I in general see more and more of, is like, instead of like the situation getting resolved like in a normal, like, productive way, it usually just ends up to people getting more and more emboldened to, like, oh, okay, I can now pull out a gun and shoot somebody for X, Y, and Z reason.
Well,
when in states that have concealed carry, where you have to get a permit, go through the training, what you see is a lot more Black women opting to get training in gun use, opting to have a gun for their safety. I mean, there is actually a Facebook group called Black Femicide. The number of Black women that have gone missing or been killed has caused the state of excuse me if I'm going to try to remember. I think it's one of the states beginning with an M, Montana, Michigan. I should know this. Where was George Floyd killed? What state was that?
That was Florida.
No, that was Minnesota.
Minnesota. Minnesota has started a task force to look into all these unsolved Black female murders. We do have a problem in our community. And you're right. We don't praise the people that are doing right. There are a lot of stepfathers out there. They're denigrated because the kids call them daddy. We do support the dysfunctional a lot more than we support the functional. I've said this story before. When I was little, I heard my mother always talking about we got to put money on the books. We got to put money on so-and-so's books. So I went off to college. I'll call my mother when I saw the price tag for my books. I said, Mom, can you get somebody to put some money on my books? I'm in college. I'm trying to become a productive member of society. And when I called my mother and asked for help buying my books, because that's what I assumed that they were doing for my cousins, my male cousin was putting money on their books. So yeah, we do have a tendency to say, oh, look at that girl. She went through college she graduated, she walked across high school stage with her baby. Yeah, let's celebrate her. But all those other girls that kept their legs closed or used birth control pills, we're not celebrating them. They graduated high school, they went off to college. That's what you're supposed to do. But we glorify the ones that made it through, because even after they did something stupid, we glorify it.
Yeah, and that's been my biggest issue, and it's like every time I've said something like let's promote the people who are doing the right thing, is always I get that pushback. That's what they're supposed to do, even though other groups promote and glorify more than their dysfunction. The people doing the right thing, and it's just like black people, man. I don't know what it is. We want to promote people dysfunctional. We promote people who've been through struggle, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but don't put that over the people that are actually doing the right thing. You know, and again, like you said, this boy is gonna have he may have some issues coming from this. So let's not. Yes, he did the right thing, but let's go past that. Let's make sure that this boy is getting taken care of mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, and just leave it at another dude down and move on. Because, like I said, even the mother might have to help her out. But again, well, people do what they're supposed to. But people being dysfunctional, we gotta put like a fucking lens on that every time. It's so
I mean, I think what I wanted to get across is that our fathers, I mean, I've said this before. What killed me? Did y'all see the Butler? The first scene of the Butler,
nah, I've never seen that.
where the did y'all see the first scene of the Butler, the movie? In that first scene, the little boy, his mother and father are out picking cotton. White guy comes, grabs the mother, and takes her and puts her in the shed. And the little boy is frantic. Daddy, please, please, please do something to help mama. Please, please do something to help mama. That as soon as the white guy comes out, he's already raped the woman. He comes out and the black man opens his mouth. He gets shot in the head. And I was seeing this movie I was out on a date, and my date said, black women always getting a nigger killed. That at the end of the day, we do have a lot of that mentality. Is that I was with my husband one day. We were up in Missouri, and my lighter didn't work. And there were a group of men smoking. And I asked one of them, could I borrow a lighter? My husband came out and said, what are you doing talking to those men? What if they have said something or done something to you? You put my life in danger. Huh? I mean, for
Yeah,
men to have that mentality that black women are constantly putting us in danger as compared to white men or Asian men that feel like it's their duty to protect women.
well, I will. That's always they say that, but they ain't really protecting their women like that. But I get what your point is. We have the image out here that we don't want to protect our women, and that's a that's a bad image to have out, as opposed to they say they protecting women, but really back on they really not protecting them like that. Especially with the white community, if that was the case, feminism would have ran amok like it, personally. But yeah, but that whole thing, like the over fear of that somebody's gonna do something just because you wanted to go ask for a lighter. I've had people ask me about a lighter. I didn't think nothing of it, but because we do have this fear of retaliation, um, so bad in our community that anything can happen to us. There's a lot of dudes who are that scary, and then they spread that fear to the women. So it's kind of like, so you wonder why these women have that, the resting bee face, or they act a certain way. Well, you're giving them the ammunition. I'm not saying it's right that they had to act that way, but you got to understand the circumstances that you're in. You know that it goes back to the whole thing with Umar. I understand where those young men coming from, but you got to understand the situation that you're in right now. Yeah, you didn't cause it. There was other men that caused it. Same with you, Michelle. I kind of understand what your husband was talking about, but we have to understand this is not something that was caused by maybe your husband. This is caused by other group of men. And just because a woman did ask him or says something to another man, now they want to fight another man over a woman because that happened, and that don't get addressed either. And that's where you have these guys saying that it's silly, yeah, but because that situations don't get addressed as they should, that's why some dudes feel the way they do.
Yeah, it
You know,
just amazed me that this conversation went from, yeah, the son did the right thing, but his mom should have never put him in that situation.
right? And
That we went full circle. That we forgot what was being said by the man who got killed. He
yeah,
did not put this woman in a situation where if she had just walked out and left, she just
yeah,
walked out and left. They got her order completely wrong. You know, the men are sitting up there saying she should have thought about what she was putting her son in danger by asking him to bring her gun. You know, and it's like, huh? I don't know of any situation where we would blame a parent. If it was a man and he said, told his son, bring me my gun, then we
yeah.
would say, oh, that guy shouldn't have told his son to bring him his gun.
Mm,
But we constantly look for ways to say that the woman did the wrong thing, that the woman should have, the woman mother should have. You know, it is like the whole submission thing in the black community is out of whack. It's like women. If a black man tells you to do something, you better do it because ain't no other brother's gonna come to your aid. And if you talking shit to a black man, you deserve to get your ass whooped. Huh?
yeah, that I don't agree with. Like, I listen. Some dudes talk now again. See a dude fist balled up, stuff like that. Yeah, that's when you need to escalate the situation. I have no problem saying that, but just to say that, well, she talked shit to the man, and it's kind of like people saying you think that people giving the man a pass. I'm like, no, I don't give that man a pass. I tell you right now, he deserves to get deleted. You punch any woman. You don't know who that woman is, a man, who that she might be associated with, and if you get deleted, oh well. Hell, I remember my brother got into it with his girlfriend. My dad called the cops on him. Later on, that woman sent goons to go attack my brother. Now, my only issue with that was you sent them to my mother's house, so you was getting my mother involved. That's what I had a problem with, especially the same mother who was helping her out. But if they would have sent him and she would have met him somewhere and then send the goons, yeah, I would still be angry, but then I would understand. Hey, you punched this woman. Paybacks are coming. So it's kind of like we forget all that. Like you can't be hitting anybody because you don't know when the payback comes. You just
True.
don't, and you have to be weary of that. And sadly, in our community, we will do payback for people, but before we do payback for people, for honest people, and that's the
I
most
mean,
tragic thing I can see about that.
it is really tragic, and that's why I'm looking at the situation like this,
Mm,
twofold. One, we found a way to blame the woman. We found a way to blame the mother. It's like she should have thought. She should have thought. Hindsight is 2020.
right.
But this woman has now the mother has basically been demonized for telling her son to bring the gun. Now we have a situation where listening to the man talk, how he talked to that woman, and all those men that were standing around, they were complicit.
Yeah.
In their minds, okay, she needs to back down. We are not going to get in the middle of this situation. She should not have gotten the black man that agitated.
Yeah, you know what? And I thought about that too. And that's another thing we have in our community very bad. When we have arguments between men and women, we don't escalate that thing off the bat. We wait till either the woman start hitting or the man start hitting. Hell, we'll let the woman get hits in before we do it. But if the man start trying to swing, that's when we get involved. Why not de-escalate the situation? There's a group of men and women there. All these guys could have said, "Hey, bro, look, it's not that serious. Hey, lady, hey, chill out, get your food. Hey, bro, it's not that serious. Hey, I don't know what she said to you. I get it. Come on, come out the door. Come on." It's I had to do that with inmates. I say, hey, dude, come on, man. He did. I understand what he said. I understand what that officer said. But dude, if you hit this officer, you're going to go to one row, and they're going to give you a major case, and you're going to be G5. You don't need that. You about to get out. You're going to school. I get what that officer said, but your focus, you getting out of here. I don't care what that officer said. That officer's gonna get out. When his shift is over, he's leaving. Or she's leaving. You're not leaving. I even had an inmate was trying to defend the officer because another inmate said something to her, and he was gonna fight her. And I told him, I said, look, I get your heart, but you're an inmate. You punch this guy, you're gonna mess up your way to get out. Now, luckily, by the grace, we had a good warden and understand the situation, so they didn't get him really mess him over. But the point is, you got to understand, you got to de-escalate stuff before you get to that point. That should have never got to that point where that woman even had to make the phone call or text or whatever. Hey, son, come get the gun. There were men there who could have said, hey, bro, this ain't the thing. There are women that could have talked to her and say, hey, just calm it down. Nobody wanted to do that. They wait till fists get thrown before they do anything. And that's
And what did they do? They ran. They
and they
ran.
ran. Yeah. I'm like, that's even worse for black men than the dude hitting her. These old men, group of men and women right there could have grabbed him in anything. Oh, they ran out the door. If that don't say nothing about particularly black men, then I don't know what to tell you. And I understand when some of these women say the stuff they say. I see it, and it saddens and offends me. And
Yeah, we just have. You're right. We need to promote the men that actually do have pride in themselves, pride in our community, and say, yo, man, this is not the way you need to talk to a lady. And as men, you have to be open to that critique.
Right.
That, some things are cultural. Yes, I understand that back in the day that, black men were targeted, as uppity. If they had said something to a white man that disrespected a black woman, they would have a bullet up their ass. They'd be hanging from a tree. We've had a long history of not being able to protect our children, our mothers, other women, the weaker sex. Let's just go with it. Stop with this whole, you women want to be equal to men, so yeah, I'm gonna beat your ass. Like, we need to get over that. That this whole concept of if she hits you, then you have the right to hit back. That's like if a kid hits you, you got a right to wail in. If a 7-year-old kid walks up to you and hits you, yeah, you have the right to wail on that kid. We all know that women are the weaker sex, and we need to accept that. There's nothing wrong with saying women are smaller than men on average, that women are weaker than men on average. But to have this cultural thing that you women want to be equal to men, I'm going to treat you like you're a man. That's not good for our culture. It's not good for society. You got to start thinking like, is it worth me going to jail or losing my life over? Showing that I can dominate the weaker sex, that she's a woman, so she needs to do what I tell her to do. Just because you're a man does not mean that you have dominance over a strange woman you don't even know. We need to get out of that mentality. I expect a woman to submit. No, 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 no. If that ain't your woman, you have no submission. She has no duty to submit to you. She has no duty to do what you tell her to do. Whether you're angry or not, she does not have a duty to run away from you either. So at the end of the day, I hope everyone is like looking at the situation that even though a lot of men, I've heard it from them, I ain't gonna go to jail over her. I'm not gonna get involved over her. If he had been a man, he'd be looking at the death penalty, and that women get over. Yeah, if that had been a father standing up there and a bigger man was beating the crap out of him, I think that the kid would have shot the man that was beating up his father as well. And they would have dismissed the charges against the boy as well.
It would have been the
So we need
same
to get over this.
thing. Defending a parent. It would have been the same thing.
Yeah.
He defended a parent.
Yeah. We have this idea that black women are getting off easy. Black women, she's only getting that because got off. If it had been a black man, he would have gone to jail. They would have gave him the death penalty.
No.
Why do we think that the black man is the most persecuted? When, yeah, there are more black men in jail, but they're in jail for doing wrong shit. But there are a lot of black women, teenagers, young women that have just lost their lives, gone missing. And there is not a lot of pressure to stop these killings of black women, these abductions of black women. It's kind of like, well, she shouldn't have been where she was. We always fault the black woman. And in this scenario, I see that the men are saying, well, she saw that man was bigger than her, so she should have ran. She should have just left the store. I don't see it.
I think
BMT must have been. BMT is gone.
Yeah, I think it's just everything is situational. And that one, I only said she could have left because you got a group of people around. So even if let's just say she walked out, she could throw them people in a way and get out of there. But if she was by herself and there's no way out, by all means, fight back. And I get, hey, you have the right. Yeah, there's a lot of things you have the right for, but you got to make sure does it make sense to do? And that's just, you can't let your ego get better. That's what I'm saying. Because like I said, I'm in a prison and I'm around inmates all the time. And these inmates will do the same thing to men and women. They do the same thing. They don't care. So it's more or less, is it better for you to leave, or is it better for you to fight? And I think everything is situational. Yeah, and I get what you're saying. Like we Monday morning quarterback. We can look outside and be like, yeah, I can see what he should have did this or what he should have did this. Till you actually in the situation, we forget emotion. So all those things play a factor with people, and it's one of those things that it's not. We're always going to have a different opinion about all this. And there's the men who Oh, these women should submit to what, why? But I also get where, hey, the woman should have left. People think, well, she just submitted to the man. I'm like, no, they ain't submitting to nobody. Yes, I'm getting it out of this situation. It, it, it's going to take there. Let me get the same thing instead.
I mean, when I sit up there and say, I'm looking at the comments. Let me read one of the comments. Seeking my creator. Why was she there in the first place? It's like, it's a food place. She has the right to go into a food place and do an order. They're trying to find a way to blame the mother.
And that's
Yeah.
where I have an issue with too. Listen, it's a, like you said, it's a food place, and she wasn't alone. She was with her son. So it's not
Hatch
like,
Dragon is saying it's smarter and common sense for women to walk away. However, I'm always going to leave, even if she's wrong. So again, I'm looking at the comments that there are people who believe all thing women have to do is walk away. Walk away. Run if you have to. You have no right to defend yourself. And what I'm saying, statistics are showing that Black women are now trying to arm up to protect themselves.
yeah,
I'm sorry, she left the gun in the car.
Yeah,
because she could have got them. She could have got them. You know, she'd been perfectly reasonable to shoot him herself.
Oh yeah,
if she had that gun in her pocket.
If she had, yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, if she had the gun on her, and he was trying to swing her, and she shot him. Bang bang, he did. I wouldn't have no problem with that either. I'd be like, dude, you tried to swing at me. Oh well, sucks to be you, buddy. I don't know who anybody if anybody is having any sympathy for this guy, there's something wrong with you. I don't have no sympathy for him. Sucks to be you, buddy. You shouldn't be trying to hit nobody. I don't care how.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Yeah,
Here's another comment by Seeking My Creator. We all know to stay away from the bad side of town.
But
again,
dude,
she shouldn't have been. She shouldn't have even been on that side of town. She ought to have known that that was the bad side of town, so she shouldn't have gone into that place.
She lives there. If she lives in that part of town, where you want to go? You want to go all the way on another side? People are not going to do that. I've gone to there's places that I've gone to the bad side of town. I go there, but I also know what to expect. I also know what to expect, and I know how to act accordingly. Saying that she shouldn't have been in that bad side of town, that's just saying, well, you should be living in the hood. If you ain't got no money, no, that's what you're gonna live. But you also know that how to act accordingly. When it's time to fight back, or when it's better to retreat. That's all I say. It's just every situation is different. And again, with one day going quarterbacking, I can look at it and say, yeah, maybe she should have. But then I'm not in that situation.
You know, I think it's interesting because, like, legislation is passed by people we elect. So Chicago, has this idea that, only bad people have guns. Texas, we're like, the only way to stop a bad guy is with a good guy with a gun.
Right.
So the way I look at things, I try to get legislation passed. So if looking at the way this mother and son situation, that I would encourage laws that say, hey, before the police make an arrest and charge someone with first-degree murder, they should follow the laws of their state and convene a grand jury. Let the grand jury decide whether or not these charges should have been brought. But no, they didn't do that. This mother, see, that's the other part that we're forgetting. This mother and son turned themselves in, and they were immediately charged with murder.
Yeah.
And that her rights were just completely violated.
Right.
They found a way to blame her for something that, when we sit back and look at it and say, did she deserve to get punched like that? No. Well, she should have walked away. When he first told her, get your food and leave, go to your car, she should have done that. Instead of trying to tell him, look, you have no power over me. To the point that we heard the conversation. She was not up in his face. She said what she said and turned away from him. Maybe look at for her son, because she told him to bring her a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now the guy is like, okay, I done told you not to speak. Now I'm going to try to kill you. That kind of rage is abnormal.
It is.
It's just abnormal that someone could get so enraged that she opened her mouth after he said, if you say one more thing.
Yeah, and again, but there's a president in Texas. I remember this lady got into it with a guy at a gas station. She went and got the gun, pointed at him. He tried to attack her. She shot at him. He went after her again with the AK, shot him dead. She drove off. She still didn't get charged. They looked at that video. So this is and there was another video, and I saw, and I remember, dude robbed the place. It was a, I think it was a store, if I remember correctly. Dude walked out. The white guy came with the gun, went after him, shot him dead. That guy didn't even get charged. So this is not like unheard of for people shooting people after they've done something and running away and then getting shot. So this ain't nothing new. It just had these recent cases. This one and Travis, what is his name? Travis Rudolph. But this is not new that this happened. So I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, this is just a lesson. You don't know who packing, and these laws are making it easier for people just to shoot you just because. So, hey, you want to swing on somebody if you want to. You might not be waking up no more because people ain't just gonna let you just hit them. That's the biggest thing, and but in the end, escalate if you can. But if you see that you can't, hey, have that fix go on. Try to de-escalate. Yeah,
I think it's very important for us to understand that in today's world, people have guns. People have guns. You have to think twice before you try to put your hands on someone.
Yeah.
Whether they're bigger or smaller than you, you got to think twice. Because there are a lot of big ass men that do not want bruises on their knuckles. And they will shoot you rather than let you lay a hand on them.
Yeah.
So I don't know why this poor woman and her son were even arrested. I mean, it's like you had this sudden, like, oh wow, we saw that video. Damn, he was beating the hell out of her, and he got shot for it.
If this was Texas, she probably wouldn't have got arrested.
Exactly. Exactly.
He would never got arrested. They'd be like, yeah, well, sucks to be that dude.
Right. And I think that if black people were the lawmakers, we would have laws that literally said that black women have the duty to retreat. I mean, we're talking now about the situation, but think about if we were able to actually make the laws, because most cultures have laws, rules. People that come over here from China, people that come over here from Nigeria, they remember the customs, the rules of their culture, and they were afforded an opportunity to make laws in Nigeria, Ghana, Somalia, Ethiopia. All those countries are run by Black people who set the rules and the laws. And if Black Americans were given their own little state like they have in Costa Rica, my fear would be that it would literally turn into a situation where people would sit up there and say, Black women, you have the duty to retreat. Black women, you talk too much noise. So if you get on a man's nerve, it's justifiable. It was justifiable for him to knock the shit out of him. I think that would be how we would run our state. It would be a state.
I would bet that's what it was before, even with the white culture, that the women had the right to retreat, but they changed that. So I do think that could it get to that? There would be a big fight on that, to be honest, because just like you got dudes saying that these women she should have just retreated. That dude said no, he got what he deserved. So it's kind of like I think that it wouldn't. I think it would be a big battle, honestly, if Black people were running it. Because, like you said, you got the people that believe that women have to retreat, don't say nothing to these men. But you got the other groups that be like, yeah, she have everybody like you, and other people who say differently. So it would be just a big old fight, personally. But I got to get going because I got to work. But thank you, B.M.T. Thank you, Michelle. Great talking to you.
It was a pleasure. Be safe out there, okay?
All right.
Okay. Seeking my creator. When white people do the same thing to Black people, we know it's wrong. This was premeditated. She has plenty of time to leave and think. Okay. Again, we're getting back to Black women have the duty to retreat. That is not a good thing for this community to believe. Because at the end of the day, she was being disrespected, that she was being threatened, and the other men did not step in when they could have. The other men stood by because they felt that the Black woman was in the wrong because she did not do what the Black man told her to do, who did not own the establishment, who was not her father, who was not her brother, who was not her uncle. We have to get past that mentality that Black women have a duty to retreat and Black men do not have a duty to protect strange women. It'd have been a much easier situation if someone had tried to de-escalate the situation, but the duty was not on the Black woman simply because she was a Black woman. Let me read some more of these comments. We're going to wrap this up. Topaz presents a Nubian nuances. Okay. If you tell people which are minding their business to retreat, the unruly people get to do whatever they want. Exactly. We have to stop saying that we need to not go into certain neighborhoods because we get what we deserve to go in those neighborhoods. Need to stop blaming the victims. There was no right, none whatsoever, for that Black man to feel empowered enough to tell her that she needed to leave. She needed to leave. He had no power over her. He had no right to tell her, if you say one more thing. He was not her father. He was not her brother. That this idea that as a Black man, you have dominance over all Black women, not for their protection, but for your own ego. Okay, Hatchet Dragon just said, I'm not against women's right to stand their ground. I was talking about the safest option. Hatchet Dragon, I'm not trying to take away a woman's freedom. Okay, people, look, This is Chicago. This is a Chicago area. But at the end of the day, looking at the scenario, most of you that said I would flee, I would just grab my food and go if somebody was threatening me, I think you're lying to yourselves. Because they're on business, you're there to get food. Another customer telling you to leave, I doubt you would leave. You would try to get your order together, and if this guy was bothering you, yeah, it was logical for her to tell her son, go get me my gun. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of being harassed. But that is a simple thing that we're not analyzing it. Like, the man could have done a lot of things differently. He had no right to do what he did. And at the end of the day, it's all come out that her son was perfectly reasonable in shooting the man that was trying to kill his mother. So I know a lot of you are like, well, he has children. He should have thought of that before he tried to beat a woman to death, because that's what he was trying to do. So at the end of the day, this is the way we are in society, and I'm glad the mother and son are safe. I hope they don't run into any fools that are going to try to retaliate. It could happen, but I hope and pray that everyone's listening to the show. If you see a GoFundMe account for this woman and her son so they can move out of Chicago and get a fresh start, I ask you to contribute. I think that's the logical thing to do, that we've learned that there are fools in Chicago that may want to seek revenge because the man was killed. So sorry for your loss, but he deserved it. So on that note, I mean, Joe's not around, but I'm going to be out of here. Okay, everybody? Thank you for coming by, and be safe.